Greetings, everybody. So sorry for the delay. Had a little bit of deliberation on today's stream. Fix the camera again because this thing.
Rude.
I have to change it like every single time I stream.
Really? Is it always just get tapped or something?
It just getting tapped, or I move around because I'll have like the camera over here or the screen over
Fair
here
enough.
over there. I just have to do different things, and of course, every scene that I do has a different prompt, so that also sucks. But what's going on, everybody? Welcome to September's community stream. We are finally here. Sorry for the delay, but a little bit of deliberation on how today's going to work.
Yes, indeed.
It's going to be a little bit different. We were basically just discussing how we wanted to go about this, because normally, we're used to choosing the character that we're going to do, and we're pretty deliberate on that because we, from the beginning, we've had some really specific ideas on what pop culture build was supposed to be, but for the community stream, we really wanted it to be as much about the community as possible. So we're going to do another vote in chat for anybody who's here currently on which character that you want to see. We've tried to decide ourselves based on a list from the community, but at the end of the day, I think I'm just being a little bit too strict on my original idea. So It's going to be a lot easier just to go with what y'all want instead of what we think is going to be best. So I'll do that poll now, but we'll leave it up for a little bit while we just sit here and chat, let some people trickle in. So today's pop culture build. So we'll see. We've narrowed it down to 4 choices, and then your choices will let us know
what we should do today.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me look. Yeah,
ironically, I think all of these, I'm pretty sure all but one of these were submitted by Soul.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Soul be running through here.
We'll give this at least 10 minutes.
Oh, one of them was by Hecate.
I can only do a 10-minute poll.
Actually, 2 of them were from Hecate.
Oh, really? Okay, so 2 Hecate, 2 Soul. All right, well, I'll just post this, I guess, now, and we'll see what we end up doing. So our 4 choices for today are going to be Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, Popeye the Sailor Man, Jeff the Land Shark, or Peter Pan.
Okay.
Out of all of the options, I felt like those had the most potential. I was looking through all of the options that were sent to us in Discord. Some of them were a little bit too obvious. Like basically just the character itself was, either they didn't do anything, or they just were like, I don't know. One of them was like, like the anime. He was a wrestler in an anime, and it's like, what can I do with someone who only wrestles? Like, that's not enough to really build off of, in my opinion, right?
It would probably be too simple of a build. It would just be like, hey, you take this one class and this one subclass all the way to level 20.
Yeah, and you can have this one feat, and you're done.
Like, it's just a standard build that you would have for a solo class. Like, yeah, you might take a different feat here or a different feat there or whatever, but it wouldn't be too much actual creation. It would just be like the thing.
I mean, I will say this. I don't think, like, since we've done this a couple of times, I will even go to say I mean, of course it's possible, but I just don't think that you could legitimately pop culture build every pop culture icon. Like, theoretically, of course you could. But I'm pretty sure there's plenty of icons like just like they're just an like okay, so like really good example, like Sam and Dean was an example.
Okay.
I love those characters. I have NPCs in High Point based off of Sam and Dean.
But if
they're just 2 like, no offense, they're just 2 humans with a book. They're just 2 humans with a book of solutions.
Let me ask you this: in your realm, would they have a level?
Oh, in my realm, they're immortals, but that's because they've been around for so long that they've gained immortalhood.
But like, okay, so there was a time where they weren't in your realm.
Yes.
And during that time, did they level up to immortal? Did they get to level 20? Did they accrue powers and abilities? Like, or are they just 2 humans with a book of solutions?
So technically, their original storyline was that they were just 2 human fighters, brothers, and eventually just got caught in a bunch of mess. They used to hunt. They used to take down things. They would travel, take down things. Basically, they were just traveling mercenaries. say, kind of like The Witcher. Think about that. They were basically Witcher brothers. They would just travel around.
Witcher might be a nice one to do one day.
Witcher would be fucking
that would be a nice one to do.
Write that down in pop culture.
Add it to your list.
But yeah, basically in High Point, Sam and Dean were basically just a pair of Witchers. Think about that. Without magic. They were just two fighters. They would go around, they would go into a town, find out something's been terrorizing them. They'd read up on it. Oh, it's a dire wolf. Oh, it's, this. Oh, it's a banshee. It's a hydra. Like, they would just find out what it was, go do a shit ton of research, and then use that research to go take it out. And then eventually it just got more and more to where they would have to get help from other people because they would fight magical creatures that they couldn't fight. And then they got a bunch of like magical items because most of what they did is based on magical items.
So what you're saying is they got power leveled by all these people who could actually handle this shit.
I mean, what do you think they did with Castiel? Castiel basically is power level.
I mean, lightweight.
I mean, technically the first time they killed an angel and they took an angel blade, they didn't change. They just got a fancy weapon.
So they're all...
So other than that, eventually they caught, in High Point, they caught notoriety from some people, turned down several times becoming warlocks because obviously many wanted them on their side. But basically back and forth, a lot of it, they eventually gained immortality just due to what they did and their efforts in some of the great wars. But basically that's all they do now is they're kind of just mercenaries for hire, typically on the side of good, gray area.
So my question would be, so eventually they did get levels, right?
Yeah.
And those levels came with whatever levels come with, right?
Right.
So if when they were at level 10, they took all of the books, the solutions, all of that stuff, all the magic items, the angel blades, all the things that they had acquired, and just handed it to another fighter that was level 1. And wasn't like necessarily there with them, but like mentored them too, like basically gave them a lot of the knowledge that they had at their level. Would that level 1 character be able to do the same things that they did?
Theoretically, sure, but no. I mean, because again, with High Point, I've taken a lot of realism. The fact is you got to be a certain kind of person. Sam and Dean are very specific individuals. Sure, you could learn, like, I could give you everything I've ever learned. I can give you all of my tools, but will you live my same life? No, you won't.
For sure.
Because you'll make different decisions.
Yes.
You'll take different risks. So Sam and Dean are willing to die for each other, sell their souls for each other. Like, their family bond is so great. You could take 2 other siblings and they'll cross each other. You can take 2 other siblings and they just won't have the gumption. I mean, and of course, die rolls. Like, you also got to think about how many good rolls did Sam and Dean get over the years. Like, so in that particular case, theoretically, yes, any fighter could pick up their mantle and plenty try. But the downside is you also just have to be a certain type of individual with a certain type of luck and a willingness to take certain risks and take certain actions. So theoretically, it's possible, but it's not a direct power scale, right? It's not just because I can do what you did means I will do what you did.
So this might sound pedantic or whatever, but to a certain extent, some of it is divine appointment, right place, right plot, right time type shit. Like,
absolutely.
Like you just happened to be the perfect mix to move yourself into this entity. Like, yeah, anybody could have done it, but you were the 1 in a million that ended up doing it.
Exactly.
Right?
Like you could go and try to fight a Striga. Is it alone? They fought it alone, and there was 2 of them. Can you take on a Striga by yourself? They couldn't. Can you take on 2 Strigas? They couldn't. Like, there's that concept. There's the idea of you're going to go help fight this creature, but did you pick up on the same clues? So you may know how to hunt it, but did you pick up on the clues enough to find its lair like they did? Like, those are the things that I like to think about in terms of, yes, anybody theoretically could take what you have and be you. But they don't think like you, they don't act like you, they don't take the same risks, and the opportunities may not arise. Think about how many times they didn't run into the same thing. Sure, we saw vampires and demons and angels over and over and over and over again. We saw a Striga like twice in the entire series. The entire series, only ever twice. So what info is that going to help you going, I know how to kill a Striga. Go find one. But they're not around. Like, they're rare.
Sure.
And that's the thing. But I digress. Great questions. But going back to them, they're just 2 human fighters with a bunch of magical weapons. So could we make them as a pop culture build? Sure, but I feel like more of that would be offloading them with a bunch of magical stuff, which isn't about the build. It's about what they accumulated using that build. But
Sure.
what did they have other than they're humans, they're fighters?
So
take away all their stuff. Take away the journal. Take away all
so
of
a
their
lot of
magic.
pop culture builds is trying to move away from the stuff, because like theoretically, if you were to look at like bad example, but Batman, a lot of what he is his gadgets and his knowledge and his ability to build things and create things and have things.
Because at baseline, he is an artificer monk.
Sure.
That's it. That he is an artificer monk, maybe artificer monk paladin if you really wanted to.
Sure.
Go. But beyond that, you take away all his gear and that's all he is. He doesn't have
so unless your gear is a part of your class, unless you can find a way to like an artificer, you can incorporate what you have to who you are.
A good example of how you can incorporate what you have into who you are is Iron Man.
Sure.
Because there is there's that
subclass of artificer,
battle armor or whatever.
Yes.
So that makes sense because you could say Iron Man's nothing without a suit, but let's face it, that's also true. It's not Iron Man without the suit. Right?
Yes.
Sam and Dean are still Sam and Dean without the dagger, without the Colt, without the angel dagger. They are still Sam and Dean. Iron Man and Tony Stark are not the same character. They're not the same person.
Sure.
Iron Man is Iron Man with the suit. He is Tony Stark without the suit.
Sure.
But that's one of those cases where I can see Iron Man.
Does that mean Superman is Superman without the glasses and Clark Kent with the glasses?
If the glasses actually took away his powers, then yes.
That would actually be crazy.
That would have been
That would
kind of a
actually
cool
be crazy.
concept. But that's where I think that.
Kryptonite glasses.
But see, this is where I think the difference between the original idea of doing pop culture builds as a series versus as a whatever this is like when you do it for someone else, right?
Sure.
It's just one of those things. Okay, so here's another one, a more recent one from Soul that I didn't add for today because this is one of those ones where how do you equate this to a D&D character that's not an NPC? He suggested Tim the Toolman Taylor. Like, to be fair, Tim is a regular human artificer. He just knows how to tinker with stuff. But intrinsically, he has no value as an individual.
I would say he's the closest to either a commoner or a level 1 character that we would have on a pop culture build.
Or you can just, but even if you made him an artificer who can tinker with, like you can give him the jack of all trades feat and the tinker subclass, but that's it. Like, he doesn't do anything. He even, like, you take him out of his tool shed, he's just a talker. He's an intelligent talker.
In the tool shed, like the majority of that show was him in his home life, not him working on tools and stuff.
And how many times in his tool shop did he also fuck up a lot?
Yeah, right.
And it was really Al who was sitting there like, we should not do that, and maybe we should do it properly.
Al the flannel man Borland.
So that's what I mean is like when I see these things, I'm just like, are we? And we were having this conversation before stream. Is just some of these feel like they're more interesting because the personality of the individual than what they can actually do as that character.
Sure.
Right. And that's where I struggle with some of these. Is just like I always wanted pop culture builds to be something that we can transition the actual individual and what they can do into D&D terms. But when you have some of them that it's not about what they can do, it's about what they have. It's much less about a character build because we could build these characters, like I could build Sam and Dean, but you could not take that character and go into a DM's game and say, hey, I want to play Sam, but I'm going to need all of these items in order to be Sam.
Sure.
So either your DM has to agree that you start with all of that, or your DM has to agree to allow you to find all of those items. So that's where I don't want pop culture builds to be. I would love pop culture build to be like, hey, take this to your DM and they can't say no because it's fully by the book. Shazam, Alucard,
sure,
100% by the book. Anybody can take those pop culture builds and go be them, and their DM really can't say no. I mean,
you can say whatever you want, but
the DM couldn't stop them from being those things because they're all
like if it was an Adventure League game, like it would be Adventure League legal, lightweight,
right? But if we
depending
do
on what
something
books
where it's like you need a certain item to technically be that character, I don't want that, because then it forces the DM to allow something or allow you the chance to do it. And if that doesn't fit in the storyline, that's not what pop culture builds isn't there to make you a campaign. We're there to make you a character to fit any campaign.
So I definitely feel that, and I do understand, like, there are certain characters where it's like, what do you actually get out of being this character other than one simple trait, right? You know, like, other than like one simple small thing, like, what are you outside of that, you know? Like, you know, I don't know enough about this particular character, but like the Thing just feels like it's strong and hard to hit.
Wait,
right?
Which one?
Fantastic Four.
Okay.
Oh, was there another one?
I always, whenever I hear the Thing, I the last thing I think about is Fantastic Four, because I always go to the original, like, 80s movie, the Thing.
Oh, like the Swamp Thing?
No, not the Swamp Thing, but it was the Thing from they made a game about it too.
Isn't it like a horror movie?
Yeah, where they go to the Arctic and there's an alien and then they're all like that Thing. Whenever I hear the Thing, my mind immediately goes to that movie. Not. And honestly, I can be honest, I hate the title "The Thing" for that character.
So do I. It's like the least out of all of them. It's, well, Mr. Fantastic is also terrible, but it's like,
honestly, it's still like, it makes sense because he is fantastic, you know, and it's a Fantastic Four. It's more comic.
Call him Mr. Elastic, you know?
Mr. Elastic.
Like, that would be more accurate, because there's Invisible Girl or Invisible Woman and the Human Torch.
And then there's just Mr. Fantastic and the Thing.
Like I understand that he's kind of weird looking.
Honestly, they could have called him The Rock and it would have been better. And honestly, do you think that would have set up Dwayne Johnson for a role? Maybe. But I'm just saying, like,
the
Thing is just like, it's a dumb name. I've never liked the Thing.
It would be.
But so that's where it comes down to, is like, that's where I think that the difficulty with pop culture builds is we don't want to put onus on the DM. This needs to be something that you can take into any campaign as long as it's playing by 5th edition rules. You should be able to take our build and go into a game and not have to have your DM sign off or add something to their campaign to make it work.
Sure.
That was my ultimate goal.
Okay.
So that's where some of these are harder to.
That's good for me to keep in mind as we're doing this.
Like another one, John Cena. He's a human fighter. Done. Doesn't matter. We're done. John Cena.
I feel like here's the deal. There are certain.
No. We'll give him invisibility.
There you go. I was gonna say, like, give him some, like, lore. Let him take advantage of the people's perception of him.
Here's the funny thing about that one is either we'd have to, and we also don't want to do too much homebrew. Like, I can easily say that John Cena, the character, is a human fighter, but he has a homebrew cantrip that as long as he does this, he goes invisible.
You could make him because you don't have to call him human. We called certain other things that were theoretically human.
Yeah.
So, but we can make him like an elf, and they get certain spells.
Honestly, he'd probably be a half giant. Let's face it, he'd probably be a half giant or a half orc. You know, something big, bulky. But yeah, like, there are ways to have fun with it. But it's like John Cena doesn't do anything. He's a human wrestler. Like we could pick the joke. You can't see him. But okay, we give him invisibility somehow.
But again,
what else does he do?
That just means he's only like level freaking 5.
And that's the thing.
You're just a level 5. I genuinely don't, because he's just a regular dude that can potentially go invisible. That's all you got.
And maybe that's my my fault. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe the thing is I want the Shazams and the Alucards and these big, impressive, complex. Look at all the ways that we made it work. And maybe it's fine if we just said, hey, here's a level 5 John Cena, here's a level, 10 Winchester, here's a level 1 Tim the Toolman, and you're not using them for characters, but you're using them for NPCs and shit.
You know what we could do is, we could just, even off stream, just make some builds of some of the smaller ones that aren't going to be like a whole thing, you know?
And just have a list of them.
Just to create them, just to build them, just to have them.
So maybe
for people that want to.
Maybe we should do that on one of these days, or even on a Friday stream, where we'll just take some of these ones that we just don't think are going to go anywhere, and we can just sit there and hash them out as quick as possible.
And then if they end up blowing up, then we're like, oh shit, it blew up.
And I wouldn't mind that too, because at least then we'd stack ourselves a little bit with content.
Sure.
Like, we'd at least have 10 pop culture builds instead of, 3?
Yeah.
How many do we have? Yeah, 3. Yeah, 325. But yeah, that's, I think, just that's the hard part about being a content creator is like you have a good idea and you know that you want to be able to like bend and twist it. You want to be able to mold it as you go.
Sure.
But at the same time, it's like you also need it to make sense to you so you can be consistent.
Yep.
And I think that's where I'm at with this. Is like I want to keep pop culture builds going, but I feel like I need to broaden what I think about it, right? I mean, I know I don't want too much homebrew, and I know I want it to be more about what they can do, not what they have. I think those are two of the key tenets.
Sure.
But beyond that, I think I need to start opening up and saying like, hey, if it's a level 1, who cares? Just build it, just so we have a document
Sure.
saying that we went over that character. Because I think that's also just a problem with me as a content creator is I always not want like the best thing, because obviously we don't make money, so it's not like I need the best producing thing. It's just,
But it's
I assume that if I don't put the best foot, the absolute best concept out there, it's not going to go anywhere. But who knows? Like, there's no way to say that a level 20 Alucard and a level 20 Shazam is going to get someone's attention more than a level 1 Tim the Toolman Taylor. Because just simply saying when you made Tim the Toolman Taylor in D&D, that's more of the hook than the end result. And maybe that's my thing, is I'm thinking of the end result,
sure.
not the hook.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because
And I even like the idea of just like adding stupid stuff in there. Like anytime he goes, you know, like he gets like I was surprised. I'm not gonna lie. But like he gets like a bonus, like +1. Like it doesn't have to be real.
Yeah,
it could just be something like we add for flavor, just to, you know, just to give people like ideas just to play with, because I think that's really what people want. Is like I want to be able to feel what it feels like to be this character, right? You know, I want to like get the vibes. I want to be able to be like, oh yeah, that's Tim the Toolman thing. Oh yeah, that's Stitch. Oh yeah, that's whatever the thing is.
Right. And I think that's just where I'm at, is like, I want to make sure that you don't read this and go, that seems like a stretch.
Sure.
I don't know if that's it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm here for it.
I just had a really stupid idea too. Do you remember his neighbor Wilson?
I love Wilson. You can never see his whole face.
I want to turn Wilson into a warlock patron. And that's how you get information, is like you can have a dream, or just you're walking by a fence and all of a sudden your patron's eyes pop up like, hey, how you doing? And it's not an evil patron. He's totally just there. Like, he'll give you the powers and whatnot, but his main vibe is just to guide you through life with good advice.
I'm not gonna lie.
So it's like you're having a hard time, and then you guys are just walking through town, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, you hear a whisper, and you look over by the nearby fence, and there's your patron. Just, hey buddy, how you doing today? I know that was a hard
nice
fight.
little bucket hat.
And that's it. Just like the patron's
there.
just always popping up like, hey bud, hey, how you doing today?
I feel like he's like a patron of knowledge, and he's just there to like help share. Very, very neutral. He's like, hey, I'm just here to provide you with information, help make you.
Because that's exactly what Wilson always was. Is he was only ever really there when Tim like needed help, or when Tim didn't realize he needed help. But I'm pretty sure there were episodes where Tim would be like, I need help, and he went out there and Wilson wasn't there.
I think so.
And so it's like, it's almost that thing of you get the advice when you need it, you want it. And I'm like, man, Wilson would be a great warlock patron.
You know, I don't know if you've ever seen the show New Girl, but there's this. You've never heard of it? Oh, it's like a funny sitcom with Zooey Deschanel and some other people. But there's this one dude, the main guy character in that show. His name's Nick, and he randomly goes out. He's having a bad day. He goes out to this park bench, and there's this old Asian dude just sitting on a bench. And this dude is just smiling at him. And Nick is just like, why are you smiling at me? Like, what's going on? He never says a word throughout the entire show. He's in a bunch of different episodes. And every single time he's just sitting there looking at this dude, he gets all of these epiphanies and he starts learning, and he's like this weird, like silent monk mentor that like guides him through. Like, right. I
by doing nothing.
By doing literally nothing. Just like being there and being a good, positive vibes. Yes. So I don't know, it's wild.
By the way, Soul, I hate this about the polls. All it said, it doesn't actually tell me which one ended or what it ended on. So I actually don't know which one won.
I looked. I know that I only saw Soul vote for Jeff the Landshark.
Okay, because it doesn't actually tell me.
It doesn't say?
No, and it even says, if you even look at the post in there, it says, the poll has ended, today's pop culture build. Won! But Stitch was the first option, but that's not how it works.
It was definitely not the first option.
It only tells me by how many votes. It just says today's pop culture build. One, as in one vote happened. But it doesn't tell me Who it
Why
was.
would they at least just list the thing that's not that hard? That's not that hard.
It's stupid.
That's
the
not
coding
that
didn't
hard.
happen. So we were doing
That's-
Jeff today.
Jeff the Land Shark.
Out of the options, I think Jeff might be the least troublesome of them.
Okay.
Stitch, I think, was going to be the second least troublesome. The others, I just don't know
how it would go.
I mean, like, again, Popeye, like, my initial thoughts on Popeye were a barbarian paladin, because he's usually really good. Like, he has a very strong, good alignment ethic. He refrains from fighting, but when he does fight, he rages.
Sure.
In a positive way. And more often than not, he's like a one-hit done. Like, he does that little wind up, and then boom, and then you're gone. And I'm like, well, that's Divine Smite. So I'm like, so it's a barbarian who rages with Divine Smite and just ends it with one hit.
Get a level of paladin just to get your smite on.
Right. And then, let's see. And Peter Pan. My biggest problem is, like, again, Peter Pan seems like one of those, are we wanting it for the personality or for what they can do? Because in my opinion, Peter Pan has two main abilities. And one isn't technically even his own. But he's a master swords fighter.
Sure.
And he can fly. But flight was given to him by someone else.
Sure.
And even when it's shown that he can teach others to fly, he still needs Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, he's a flying sword fighter. Done! Like again, there's more that he could do, but realistically, He flies, he sword fights, he's young, and guaranteed he is chaotic good. You cannot convince me otherwise. Peter Pan is chaotic good. He has the right intentions, but think about it. He has the right intentions. He kidnaps little kids to a secret island so that no one hurts them.
You know what?
He doesn't do anything bad to them, but that's a pretty fucked up mindset of, I'm going to steal you from your parents that you will eventually miss, never let you grow up and experience life, but no one will ever hurt you. But we're going to also...
It's his own perception of what's good. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And I also love the fact that, again, if you go deep into the lore, I love the fact that we all think Captain Hook's evil, and yet Captain Hook was supposedly the good one. Because in original lore, Captain Hook found his way to Neverland to save the kids from Peter Pan. Because in the original lore, Peter Pan actually kidnapped kids, not saved them. So again, the story has also changed. Depends on how far we want to go back. Because Peter Pan was actually, I think...
But I mean, even if it was saving them, you're still theoretically kidnapping them, because you're taking them with them from...
But I'm pretty sure the original was like kind of one of those like grim horror stories, not from the Grimm, but it was that kind of... Peter Pan wasn't supposed to be this like happy-go-lucky, yeah, let's all go off with them. I'm pretty sure he was like a predator type that would kidnap kids, and I want to say Hook originally went to Neverland trying to take down Peter Pan and stop him from taking kids. I want to say that was the very original story.
Interesting.
I could be misremembering some of that, but I want to say that was the original everything has a dark origin from what Disney told you.
Very true.
And I want to say, Peter Pan's dark origin was that he was never protecting the kids. He stole them. And I think that had to do with... I can't remember exactly the reason why. That's where I don't want to say too much, because I don't want to fill in what I don't remember. But yeah, all of those like dark stories. But that's the other thing too. It's like Peter Pan is a great story, and there's a lot that happens in all of the iterations. But in a D&D sense, he's just a sword fighter. Like, I'm kind of like at a loss for, aside from somehow granting him flight, we could grant him a pet or a companion that is Tinkerbell that can grant flight, but that's not him. It has nothing to do with him. All he can do is sword fight, fly.
I'd say
he can teleport, I guess. You could say he could travel. I mean, because he knows how to travel between dimensions, so he can have dimension hopping. He's a planeswalker.
Okay. I would say that he's is it inspiring or aspiring a leader?
Inspiring, yeah.
You know, he does a fairly good job of, keeping all of his homies as a part of his crew, like his little pirate raider crew or whatever that he does.
That's true.
But that's just a feat you can take. You know what I mean? So So I get that. I do get that.
Yeah. So I think that's why those particular options are hard for me to conceptualize, because it's not like we need them to be able to do 50 billion things so we can make it super complicated. But it's like, when you really look at what their build consists of, if all it consists of is, the race and a class, there's just, what do you really want us to do with that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you want us to do? Tell you it's a human fighter?
Yep.
But you need
but
to do
again,
that?
that's exactly what I think we could have. Like I was talking about earlier, like the side stuff where we just, hey, here's a bunch of anything that's going to be that basic, that's just going to be a human fighter or a human barbarian or a whatever, you know. Just
call them basic builds.
Lightweight, you know, basic pop culture builds.
Pop culture basic builds.
There you go.
Because I feel like, yeah, some of them would be interesting, though Soul did come up with a unique idea earlier this year that I think we could try. I mean, it's not much different than image to item, but it would be basically a pop culture build from an item's perspective. So we take a pop culture item. He gave us a couple options, like the Darksaber from Star Wars or Iron Man's suitcase armor. Like, okay. I could get behind that, but again, those are more like creating magical items than I don't know.
It's so sublane subclass is theoretically homebrew because we're creating something that doesn't exist in D&D. Image to item is the same thing. We're using like D&D standard mechanics to do it, but we're creating something that doesn't yet exist.
Right.
And so that would be akin to what this is doing. Is it's like we're creating something that doesn't exist in D&D
with D&D terminology,
and logic and scalability and all that kind of stuff.
So pop culture builds, the whole idea is not to do as little
homebrew as possible. Yes.
Because we want someone to take our walkthrough, either the character build or the what do we call it? Do we just call it a walk? No, we didn't call it a walkthrough.
Oh yeah. What do we had a name for that?
Because there's the D&D centric, there's the icon centric, and then there's the roadmap. Yeah. So it's like I want to make sure that, again, I don't want someone to have to go and explain to their DM
all these extra things.
Yeah, the DM should. I mean, again, you shouldn't have to explain to your DM. You should just be like, I have a roadmap, but it's all based on what the books allow me to do. So I think that'll be interesting. The big question, though, that you brought up before stream about Jeff's, ironically, because we didn't know that we were going to do Jeff yet, but you brought up a good point about Jeff, is which Jeff would we go off of? Because we've been doing a lot of Marvel Rivals and OSR conversion.
Yes.
And that is one version of Jeff the Land Shark, but that's the only version I know. I don't even know where he comes from. I don't know what his origin is. I don't know what comics he's from.
I honestly had never heard of Jeff the Land Shark until Marvel Rivals. Okay. And the only thing I know about him is that I'm pretty sure he was like bioengineered by Atlanteans. Okay. Like, so people from, is that where?
Like Aquaman.
Is that, well, Aquaman's DC though.
Oh, that's right.
It might be what's his name? Namor?
Oh yeah, Namor's like people, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Namor's basically the Marvel
lightweight
Aquaman. Right?
Yeah, he's got a trident, he commands fish and stuff like that.
So basically they're from the same thing. So yeah, that would be the biggest thing, is which version are we going off of? Because like Marvel Rivals version, he's obviously has, lots of heals, and we'll have to kind of figure out how that equates. But if we want to go to his original origin story, how many can of worms it's going to open.
Who was this? Was this one of Soul's submissions?
Most likely. Yes.
If it was, Soul, what was your intent when you submitted this? Were you thinking about Marvel Rivals, Jeff? Or were you thinking about comic book, Jeff? From what I know, and I don't know a lot, and I also don't know if what I know is accurate, I don't recall comic book Jeff having any healing abilities. It was kind of just like he was a bioengineered shark with feet. He can walk around on land. Comic book Jeff, but Marvel Rivals Jeff works too. So he was originally intending on comic book Jeff.
Okay, that works.
So we can do what we did for Shazam, like find a little Wikipedia entry or something like that gives us the basic
what's this?
What do you call it? Info for Jeff. Let me do a quick search real quick, or a quick query in one of these.
Why does Marvel always have to get stupid when they try to get meta?
Meta? Oh, you mean like Facebook meta?
No, like actual. God, this is so stupid. I'm looking more into, not, this has nothing to do with Jeff directly, but it's a side aspect of Jeff. And this is like, to me, this is like one of the worst. This is kind of fucking stupid. Some of the team was announced primarily that started. Okay, so I'm just looking at some of the origin real quick, and apparently, at one point, Jeff was the adopted pet and companion of another Marvel character I've never heard of called Gwenpool.
Oh, Gwenpool. Yeah.
Which is Gwendolyn Poole.
Yes.
Now, the dumb thing about this is, in Marvel, like, they've already done the multiverse, they've already done time travel, like, they've already broken everything.
Yeah.
This is a level of broken that is just literally like...
You're talking about fourth wall?
Faith. Yes.
Yeah.
Because Gwen is a real person from our world who got lost in the Marvel comic universe. And is now a kid. What the absolute fuck are we talking about? Like, so that's not just Deadpool fourth wall breaking. I mean, that's basically saying that all the Deadpool fourth wall breaking means that, yes, this world is also part of the Marvel universe because Deadpool knew about this world and Gwen's from this world. So guess what? This world is the Marvel. That's so fucking stupid.
So I there's this one dude that I follow on TikTok that goes like stupid deep into like Marvel lore, and one of the things he was talking about is like the certain like levels of like gods and like creations and like things that when certain iterations of Marvel, because there's been a bunch of iterations of Marvel, when they get destroyed, there's certain beings outside of time and
like the Watcher and things like that.
So there's the highest level of that is literally the writers of Marvel. Yeah. And like so that's their
they kind of look at themselves, which again is the same way that I look at D&D. The ancients, like the original ancients, the one that created everything. That's Gary Gygax and all of his buddies.
Yes.
Like they are the ancients.
And so this is them like her
basically saying that because they're the top, this world is also
lightweight. And so her abilities are, she knows she's in a comic book, and so she takes that knowledge of knowing she's in a comic book and being able to like go between different panels and stuff. One of her powers is being able to be in the white space between the panels and like exist there. Like it's just weird. It's super wild. And again, the only reason I know any of this is because there was a time when I was playing Fortnite.
I've never even heard of her. I don't even know how you know all of this.
She's in Fortnite, and so like there was a lot of like Thor lore dropping information in Fortnite when I was playing in Fortnite and stuff like. So it was wild. It was weird because they had a little Marvel season not too long ago.
I knew they had the Marvel season. That's
really the only reason I know any of that stuff.
Well, and the concept of like knowing you're in a comic book, but that doesn't like give you the pen. Like that's the thing. It's like just because you know you're in the comic book doesn't give you a pen. Like no, like Deadpool knows there's an audience. He knows he's talking to a reader, but yet he doesn't. Even Deadpool has made like mention of the comic, but he doesn't like.
But that's I feel like his limitations are because he was created in the comic book, and this girl's doesn't have those limitations because she came from outside of the comic. And again, this is all their explanation. It's you're very right.
This is one of
you don't need to do all that.
I mean, Marvel is one of my favorite fandoms in terms of comic books.
Sure.
But this is one of those ones. I'm just like, bros, you missed the mark so fucking hard on this. This is just like.
Why you gotta be like this?
This just kind of brings everything. Again, this is one of those things where when something gets too big and you just have added everything already, and then you have to throw in the kitchen sink, and then all of a sudden you're like, but wait. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's just finally, I mean, I know this was back in 2016, but it just seems like this is just so far beyond the concept of what you've already broken. At this point, I'm a Marvel character now. Because if she can get into the world, and this is all part of the Marvel Universe, then I'm a Marvel character. Guess what? It's legit. Vortex is part of the Marvel Universe. 100% now.
I mean, that is one of our pop culture suggestions.
Apparently, I should just say I'm a Marvel character and I can do whatever the fuck I want. Because, fourth wall breaking, I can just do whatever I want. I have a pen right here. I can just draw in a Marvel comic book. There's me. I'm now in the very first Marvel comic book ever. See? There you go. Like, that's how it sounds. It sounds like I could pick up a pen, grab the very first edition of X-Men and go, look at me. I'm an X-Men now. Because she did it. She's in it. And look, I can draw myself in between. Like, it's just the stupidity of you had to go so far that did you even just this just breaks my brain. It literally just breaks my brain.
It's one of those things, and we've talked about this when it comes to playing D&D in and of itself, is a lot of what is required in order to play D&D well is the number one, suspension of disbelief, but also the immersion. So the DM's immersion as well as the player's immersion, right? So if I'm starting to do something in game that feels so out of place or out of pocket that it breaks the immersion and it makes you feel like, oh yeah, there's no way this is real. There's no way that, but like if you're going through the game and you're in it and you're a part of it and it feels like, oh, I actually get to embody this character and the world around me is developing like a world around me would develop, then it feels way easier to maintain that immersion. And so I feel like a lot of the times in situations like this, it really just breaks down a lot of the immersion that you had in this IP beforehand. So
that has nothing to do with Jeff. It's just like the fact that we have a real person in comics, but can now all do all of this stuff just because they know they're in comics. It's just, okay, sure. I will never get behind that character, and you guys can have fun with it and call me wrong, but to me, that is the stupidest character concept I've ever heard in Marvel. And I've heard a lot of dumb character concepts in Marvel. Like Marvel has based, like, I think Marvel knows how often they shoot themselves in the foot. And that's why, I don't know if you know, like, if you can recount this when you're either reading the comics, watching the cartoons, but do you know how many times they've added a character? And I think they did this with, like, not even thinking too far ahead, or they just thought, oh, this sounds really cool, let's just add him into this storyline.
Sure.
And then quickly that character fucking disappears and you never hear from him again because you immediately realize, holy shit, if you stay, everything's done. It's over. There's no, like, there are some characters that are so fucking powerful that if they just remain in the comic, all conflicts are over. And it's just like, no wonder they just flat out disappear. Because if they could stay, there would be no conflict. They would just, we're done.
You see, it's interesting because I feel like, especially the way a lot of people are talking, characters like Sentry, characters like Reed Richards, not Reed Richards, what's the son's name? Something Rich.
Wait, his son?
Yeah, Reed Richards and the Invisible Woman. They had a kid, and he's like stupid powerful.
I don't know what his name is.
For the life of me. Is it Daniel? Franklin Richards. Yeah. He's supposed to be some like crazy reality warping powers. Like in this most recent Fantastic Four movie, I didn't actually watch it yet, but apparently he's doing stuff like from the womb, you know, kind of like Jack from The Incredibles type stuff. So, you know, like it's wild what you can do. Like if you think about like the Phoenix Force and now all of them will have these upper limits. There's always somebody that's slightly more powerful than them, but you're right. A lot of these people could snap Thanos out of existence if they felt like it. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the purpose of you being here? Like, what's her name? Who like wasn't there the whole fight in all of the Avengers?
Captain
Marvel. Yeah. You know, it's like, what could you have really done to help? You could have done so much. Like, so much of what was here. Like, her being there would negate the need for half the army that came through all those circles. Right? You know what I'm saying?
You have to write her out, as in, I'm saying, like, same thing that happened in the X-Men comics when, during the Phoenix Saga, when the Galactic Empire came to help take down Phoenix because it was a galactic issue because Phoenix was from the sun. And they had one of my favorite, like, side characters was the Gladiator. Basically, like, the most indestructible fighter of all time, and yet he was subservient to someone who basically had, like, only, she was, like, basically she was full of, like, mechanics. Like, she had tools. But this dude was basically, like, the embodiment of indestructible. Like nothing could touch him. He would just literally, I think he was the only one that could even one-to-one or go toe-to-toe with Apocalypse in one episode. It's like shit like that.
Wild.
Think about Apocalypse. You know what? You know why Apocalypse doesn't sit around all the time? Because he would just literally end the fucking comic. If Apocalypse just got to do whatever he wanted to do and didn't have to disappear for 1,000 years every now and again, he would be like literally Apocalypse could he not only exists in all time, but basically has the ultimate of nanotechnology.
That's the dude that was the first mutant, right?
I guess he's like the god of all mutants. But,
Yeah.
but that's the dumb thing is like, but he's like every mutant. He can do anything. He can transform his body in any way that he wants. He has virtually no weakness. And he just disappears randomly to go charge. And that's the only reason why the universe is safe from him, is because he just has to go dormant once in a while. And we always find these like dumb ways to defeat him, but it's like he's never really defeated.
Sure.
He's just pushed back a little bit, and it's like, that's not a good
Until
villain.
next time.
Right, it's not a good villain if there is no way to defeat it. You're just waiting until later.
Biding your time.
And if that's the case, why am I worried about any other fucking villain? Why do I care about any other villain when I know Apocalypse is just gonna wake up next year? I don't know. It's just some of those. Sometimes I feel like they write things in, and then you realize, oh, that's why that character never showed back up, because you would break everything.
Wild.
I mean, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know. I guess they really didn't do that in Spider-Man as much. At least Spider-Man really did have good balancing between the good and the bad guys. Like, everybody has their weakness. Everybody has an exploitable weakness. Now, granted, what I don't understand, the one thing I will say,
I don't think there was any OP villains in Spider-Man.
not super OP. Now, granted, I will say this. Because, yes, they all have their own unique abilities. They all have their own unique things, but they only all one opponent. You're telling me that for every single one that he fights, sends to jail, and they all talk to each other, they really couldn't come together and all figure out, like, hey,
Let's team up.
here's his fucking weakness. Like, how about this? How did they not figure out, at least the version that doesn't have the spider web as part of his anatomy? I hate that version. I hate the version of Spider-Man that has spider web.
Oh, you mean Tobey Maguire?
Yeah, no, he always needs to have that as something that he built.
Technology, yeah.
But if they know that, why has no one in all of the history of his fights ever just worn him out of his web? Like, they know, everyone knows that he'll give chase. Everyone knows that he'll give chase. They all try to run from him, and he chases them, and guess what happens? They all turn around and try and fight him. Why not just sit there and circle the fucking city for an hour and wait for his webs to run out, and then you turn around and go, okay, now let's fight. Now it's a lot more even, because now you can't swing around and blind me and tie me up.
Sure.
But no one does. No one thinks, let me just make him swing around for an hour and lose all of his webbing.
I mean, were there any of his villains, like, theoretically, like, smart individuals? Like,
Vulture was one of his smartest ones.
I
think Vulture was
what
one of
about
the smartest ones.
Wasn't he supposed to be, like, a whole...
He was extremely intelligent, but he was being driven insane by the connection, and so he wasn't thinking straight. And most other ones are either thugs, like you think anything from Rhino, Shocker,
Sandman.
Sandman. Well, Sandman was more like a bully who got powers he couldn't control. But like Shocker and Rhino, these are just thugs that know that they can't. You know, they're not thinking about the bigger picture.
Sure.
And usually, 9 times out of 10 in the comics, they were hired by someone.
Sure.
To be thugs. Like, the ones that do all of the thinking are usually the ones that, I mean, like you have like Kingpin was also really intelligent, but he also knew that he really couldn't go toe-to-toe with... Like, he was super strong and could punch Spider-Man across the room, but he also knew to walk away from Spider-Man. He would get one good hit, knock Spider-Man down, and then immediately get behind like a wall of glass and be like, minions. Because he knows he's not going to go after him toe-to-toe long-term. But that's the thing, is like, you didn't think like...
Isn't Kingpin also a Daredevil villain?
Yeah, there was crossover there too.
Wow.
But yeah, it's just weird sometimes how they do those pair ups, and then you're just supposed to act like, yeah, that's normal.
That makes sense. Does it though?
Right. And then of course the power scaling. Sometimes you get so many good villains, and then they just drop down to like a super pathetic villain, and then they try to make the stakes the same, and you're like, really though? I'm not that worried. Like that guy, like Green Goblin could fly, he had guns, he had explosives, he had technology, and he had deep secret knowledge of Spider-Man. And he was the dad of his best friend. Like, he had so much more against him than, say, the human crocodile dude, the doctor.
Oh, yeah.
The human lizard or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, when you go up against Green Goblin and then the lizard guy comes out, like I know the lizard, like the whole story arc was a lot more like about relationships and how to deal with things, but like for a superhero and a comic, like that was just such a, oh man, this is such a great fit. It's a lizard, just tie him up. Like, yeah, he's strong. You got this. Like, it's just one of those weird roller coasters where they'll introduce a bunch of good villains and then they'll try to dial it back, and you're like, but no, why would he waste his time? Like, this guy is nothing compared to those other ones. There's no fear here, and that's where you have to do more of the moral, justified fighting. And it's just probably why I got out of comics. I got too. It's harder. Well, and maybe it's just because it got way too complex and complicated that it's harder to just enjoy.
It's because everything's been done already, and so they got to find new and different ways to like. But they just, yeah. It started going way too far into the weeds, and it stopped being, a fun adventure.
I think so. I think that's really a lot of what it was. All right, well, let me here we go. I need to bring some of these things up. Oh, that was the old pop culture.
Look at that, Johnny 5.
Oh yeah, I gotta fix all of this. All right, so we are now going to do Jeff the Land Shark.
Jeff the Land Shark.
Let's see. Boom. Jeff the Land Shark. Okay, so those two. Okay, there we go. There we go. There, boom. Much better, much better, much better. Okay, so now we are going to get into Jeff the Land Shark, but let's figure out exactly what this is going to entail. All right, so I have a bunch of things pulled up here. Okay, so I have a couple different websites pulled up so we can kind of get some of the ideas of who Jeff the Land Shark is, what he can do, and then we'll kind of just make some notes and then actually go throughout the build. A couple things we're going to be trying to take a note here, just as we go for anybody who's new. Some of the things that as we go through the history, the abilities, and his lore, a few things that we're going to be trying to note is basic physical attributes. So we can look at stats.
Sure.
So things, base intelligence, strength, wisdom, all of that. We're going to look for key abilities that are intrinsic to the character and not to, what's been given to him kind of thing.
Sure.
And trying to decipher between that what level that puts them at, because that will allow us to begin crafting again. If we think it's only level 10, that's only going to give us so many ASIs. But if we think it's level 20, that's going to give us a lot more to fill in those blanks. Yep. So those are the main things that we try to look for in the origin. We list it all out, and then we start to build it based on what we think. So, let me put this back over here. All right. So, history of Jeff the Land Shark. So Jeff was among land sharks. So there are more land sharks. Apparently, this was a whole race. Yes. So this was like a whole race of creatures.
Oh.
A pack of land sharks created by Modak Superior was confronted by blah, blah.
Modak.
So interesting. So yeah, so these were like a group of things created by Modak. Who is Modak?
What to do with the big head?
Yes, that is the big head. Yeah. Man, it's a long time since seen MODOK.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite villains of all time back in the day. I really just dug the whole vibe of that.
Right. I think that was a Spider-Man villain. No.
He may have dipped into Spider-Man once or twice. I mean, there was a lot of
he showed up in the
Marvel.
Ant-Man comics.
Yeah, there was a lot of overlap though with X-Men too, and I know he was X-Men.
Oh, was he?
There was a couple times where he was crossed over with X-Men. So let's see. Okay, so we don't really need to know much more about MODOK right now. Okay, so the whole point was so following the fight of the Masters of the Evil West, Jeff was adopted by Gwenpool. During her time on the West Coast the West Coast Avengers is a thing.
Yeah, because like there are a bunch of different. There's like the Avengers and there's the New Avengers, and then there's like a whole bunch of different versions of the Avengers over who knows how long.
So what irritates me is I'm seeing this image for the West Coast Avengers.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Like, I get that you want to expand it. I get that there could be, multiple versions, universes, and all over the place. But why am I literally like just feel like I'm seeing a group of the same type of heroes? You know what I mean?
But just a different.
Like, it looks like I'm looking at an Iron Man. It looks like it looks like an Iron Man and a War Machine. It looks like there's a Spider-Man kind of person, and it looks like there's a Human Torch type of person.
Wow.
3 of these people are in flying body armor. 3 of these people are basically Iron Man. Then there's a Human Torch. Then there's like a Spider-Man, Captain Marvel wannabe. That's what I see in this image, and I'm just like, how is that? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure MODOK was an enemy for so many. I'm sure he was used.
What's AIM?
Huh?
Because he was talking about Hydra and AIM. AIM. I know that sounds familiar. Is that like a evil organization or something, or is that just?
I don't know.
Either way. Oos.
Yeah, he's gone up against Iron Man, Hulk, Black Widow. Oh yeah, he was also in the X-Men comics.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's where I remember him from, was X-Men. And he did appear in Spider-Man as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's basically he's pretty common enemy across all Marvel.
Sure.
Which I like that. I like, because most of Marvel is in the same universe. It does suck when you'll see superheroes interact. Like Spider-Man goes to the X-Men place, even though they're both in New York, but yet like you never run into each other. But you did talk to each other, but you also never have the same enemies. Like, that's what I never understood. It's like Spider-Man was able to go visit Xavier and the X-Men. They both live on the same side of the continent. They both live in the same time frame, but yet the X-Men never fight Spider-Man's villains, and Spider-Man never deals with X-Men's villains. And then on top of that, supposedly, the Avengers are there too, somewhere in the background. So it's just like do you ever think, like, in the background, the Avengers are all sitting around, Tony Stark Tower or Avengers Tower or whatever,
right.
And someone goes, "Hey, turn on the news, let's see if there's anything we can get." It's like, oh, what's this? A Sandman? That could be, nope, there's a little red guy, he's swinging in. Yeah, he got it. Let's click. Who's this? No, that looks like it's being taken care of by X-Men. Well, all these Sentinels are kidnapping people all over New York? Xavier has that. Like, it's almost like they all have this agreement where it's like,
stay out of each other's IPs.
Right? Like, if it's aliens, we'll let that be Avengers, unless it's different types of aliens, and then it'll be X-Men. Unless it's different types of aliens, and then it'll be Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Like why didn't Avengers ever have to deal with Venom?
I mean, I do feel like some of the villains target some of the heroes, right?
Sure.
Like Green Goblin, I feel like he had a lot involved specifically with Spider-Man, and so a lot of the times the stuff he was doing was directly Spider-Man related, and not necessarily that other people wouldn't have seen it, which I am curious why they might not have come to help. Like, they went out of had a nice little crossover, like, hey, these guys just happen to be in the area. But
you can't tell me that every time one of them fought, the other two were busy or
Yeah.
out of town. Like,
Yeah,
come on
yeah.
now. Like, you guys live in the same town and you guys are watching all this shit happen. Like, I could easily see the Avengers being like, hey, look, Spider-Man, you're taking care of all of, like, the low shit that we just don't care about. I mean, shocker, he's robbing a bank. Who cares about a guy with electricity robbing a bank? We care about someone trying to level a city floor.
Now,
But it's just a little strange that also they didn't, like, call upon the others. Like, hey, X-Men, we're dealing with a world-ending, like, laser beam from aliens. Can we get the X-Men and Spider... Can we get our... Nope, just us five? Just us five? Okay, Avengers, let's roll. We destroyed half the city. We might have been able to protect that if, we had help. But no.
I feel like a lot of the times, very similar to, our actual media, a lot of the times you only get to see so much, right? So, like, you don't see every bank robbery on TV. You don't see every, gas station, whatever, so there could be a lot of stuff that ends up actually being real that just never got, air quotes, recorded or reported on in these comic books. But then again, the question is why? Like, why wouldn't a comic book want to tell you about whatever the heck is happening? Or why wouldn't they want to articulate, oh yeah, this went down or something like that? So maybe it's just because, hey, I'm trying to sell an X-Men comic here, or I'm trying to sell a Spider-Man comic, so I want to make sure all the stuff is Spider-Man focused. But again, they do have so many crossover comic books that happen so often. So I'm like, give me a little love here. Give me a little, but who knows? Maybe they just have a hard time coming up with these storylines and whatnot.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things where I this is probably why I don't enjoy. And I will say this: my enjoyment of comic books kind of did coincide with the beginning of Hyper.
Okay.
And maybe as a writer and someone who has worked very diligently on making something that I feel is a lot more tangible, maybe I just don't have as much patience for things that I wouldn't allow in my story. The idea of, why would I have all of these great superpowers living in the same town but not ever helping each other out and being oblivious to each other's issues? That to me is just so world breaking. Like, Avengers are literally tapped into every crime, and yet they're just going to let things slide because there's a Spider-Man out there, or the X-Men are over there. But you're telling me that Xavier with Cerebro doesn't know about Iron Man, doesn't know about the Human Torch? I know these aren't mutants, but you're telling me that, like, and again, that's the other thing.
You needed Cerebro. You just need TV. You need
and that's the
cable.
That's the other thing too. Is like, what I don't understand either is, like, why don't any of the other ones recognize mutants? Like, Spider-Man, everyone has to have technology or something that happened to him. In Avengers, it's technology or something happened to you, right? But in X-Men, mutants. You were born that way. But then again, if you look into enough lore, those mutants aren't born naturally. They were all artificially created. So it's like, where does the fucking line... Marvel, how are people getting powers?
You know what's funny? Marvel even pokes fun at the fact that sometimes it's confusing because Squirrel Girl is not a mutant, but she was born with her powers, and nobody knows why she's not a mutant. Squirrel Girl.
She's not a mutant?
She's not a mutant.
Or she's not just considered a mutant?
She is not, like... She can't go to Xavier's school. She's not an X-Men.
Is that like canon, or is that just because she hasn't appeared?
That's canon.
So she's been in the comics and they won't accept her?
Yeah, I don't know if, like, they won't accept her, but it's like, you are not what is classified in the comic books, like, as a mutant.
Which makes no fucking sense, because they don't even classify what a mutant... I mean, you have a guy that can... you have everything from a guy that can turn into a trash can, to a girl who can shoot sparkles, to a guy who can melt your fucking brain, to a guy that can literally heal anything in an instant. But, and you even have fucking Sabretooth, who's just a half Sabretooth and nothing else. But Squirrel Girl isn't a mutant. What are the fucking rules, Marvel? What are the rules?
In
the rules.
In Marvel Rivals, there's a line where she's like, "Don't ask me. I don't even know." Like, it's one of those things where like she'll acknowledge the fact that she's not a mutant, but she'll have like no understanding of why she's not a mutant, and she'll just be like, "I don't know."
So if she was truly born that way, maybe that's the thing, is because technically, I believe in the Marvel, in one of the deep dives of Marvel, they basically said like it was kind of like the Compound V from
like there was something.
It's like the mutants aren't officially just born that way. There's like
there was something that affected them
that people got affected with in the ecosystem. So it's also that they never noticed the denial of the cross villains between like X-Men, Spider-Man,
right.
And it's like until we said something, and I'm like, yeah, the more you think about it, because again, there was a series where Spider-Man went to Xavier and the Xavier school to ask for help one time. Never again.
That's wild.
And you know what he went to help with? Do you actually? I remember this one. At least this was the comic, or the comic series, not the comic book series, but the cartoon series.
Okay.
He went to Xavier because he was mutating into Doppelganger. This is when the one where he was going through a whole bunch of shit and he was actually growing 2 extra arms. Like I forget why. But
wild.
He was going through some shit and he went for them for help. But that was it. Then he just went back home. Never went to them again. They never called upon him again. And it's like, y'all have some like internal hate for each other. Y'all like, yeah, you're a superhero, but you ain't good enough to be one of us. Fuck out of here.
Wild.
And I'm just saying, like, you know, y'all really
want equality for mutants, but yet all the superheroes.
And hey, you know what? Did Shield ever approach Spider-Man? Did Shield ever go to Xavier and be like, "Hey, man, you got a cool little thing here. Anybody want to why didn't Shield ever hang out outside of Xavier's place for all of the rejects or the people who left X-Men and then go why?
There was a world where the Avengers grabbed Spider-Man.
Oh yeah. So just Spider-Man.
You know,
but like, why is it that all of the X-Men who left Xavier only went to Magneto and not Shield? Like you're telling me that just because they didn't follow Xavier, but like Shield wasn't ready to pick up all of these superheroes with real powers, but you want someone like Black Widow?
I feel like anybody who didn't agree with Xavier specifically agreed with Magneto.
Yeah.
Because they very much represented the two sides and mentalities. Although I do feel like realistically there should be some outliers that are just like, fuck both y'all, I want to do my own thing.
Right. And the Avengers could have been like, hey, we just pay you.
We got you. Just come save the world and stuff. Like, who cares about all that mutant, non-mutant bullshit, you know? Whatever, it's fine.
Oh, fucking Soul with a fucking clutch-ass connection. Where the fuck were the Avengers when Galactus and Silver Surfer tried to eat the world? Where the fuck were the Avengers then? When Silver Surfer came and basically said, my boss is here to eat your planet, where was the Avengers? Nowhere to be fucking found. Is that when the Avengers...
See, I don't remember what happened in the comic books, but I'm curious where, because are the X-Men from New York?
Yeah, they're based in I think Upper New York. Is where his school
where?
Let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure Xavier's school.
Where were the X-Men during the first Avengers crisis in the MCU? Because that's and I know there was legality issues with Fox and all their extra stuff, but like they still existed in the world. So at least acknowledging what was going on with them during that time.
So upstate New York is where Xavier's school is. Spider-Man is dead center New York, and Avengers are dead center New York. So yes, explain to me how when Galactus went in to eat the planet, were the Avengers just all off planet helping Captain Marvel somewhere else? Were they all in stasis? Did they all just go, let's see, like, or again, because let's face it, just think about how, like, you know, they actually are, they're all pretty egotistical. Can you imagine them just sitting there going, oh guys, this is serious, we should, oh wait, the X-Men, they think they're gonna do something? Let's see them try it. They're so good, let's see them save the world. We'll jump in before it's too late, but let's, you know, it's almost like that. It's almost like an ego thing of, if they can't do it, we'll show them who the great guy is.
Well, even just having the X-Men go at, like, look, you recognize when you're looking at an insurmountable foe, yes, you can pull yourself up by like your bootstraps or whatever, but also, wouldn't you want as much fucking help as possible? Wouldn't you, if the Avengers are out there and they're real and you know they exist, why wouldn't you be like, y'all, This motherfucker is about to destroy our planet. We want as easy a time beating him as possible. We could use your help to make it as easy as possible for us. Every single, like, it's an all hands on deck situation. It's the entire fucking planet, my dude. Like, I'm just saying.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Hold on. Technically, this isn't what I wanted. Wow, there's a lot more people based in New York than I thought.
Oh yeah.
Like, I knew the Watchmen were there, but like Iron Fist was apparently in New York.
Iron Fist, probably what's his name? The black dude that's got impenetrable skin.
Luke Cage is in there.
Yep.
Nick Fury, Moon Knight apparently was New York.
Daredevil?
Cloak and Dagger was New York.
Cloak and Dagger. Wild.
The Gargoyle, well, that's not Marley Marvel, but like the Punisher's in New York. Jessica Jones is in New York. Daredevil, Doctor Strange, the Ghostbusters, Captain America, multiple versions of Spider-Man,
Of course.
all of the X-Men, like again, all of these are based in New York, and all in the same time frame, and it's not like they're different universes because
You know
they
what?
have all.
That's another good question. Why are these motherfucking superheroes based in the same place? Why can't you
Right.
spread these? What about California? What about Washington State? What about?
Do you remember in
Colorado.
Spider-Man? Do you remember in Spider-man when they
Do they have
finally?
villains?
Well, do you remember in Spider-Man when they finally had a truce with Venom, where Venom was like, "Look, I'm not going to be overly evil, but you and I, Spider-Man, can't live in the same place anymore. We set each other off." So Venom was just like, "Bro, I'm out. I'm going to go to California, and I'm not going to be evil anymore. But we're going to separate. I'm going to get away from all the bad stuff, and I'm going to go to California." Venom left. Venom went to California to be his own superhero. Why is he the only one to go to Why is there no other superheroes on the opposite coast? Like you said, everyone is in New York, and it's so ridiculous. I mean, again, and one that we haven't even mentioned that again I overlooked because Soul said it. Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah,
Fantastic Four is also in New York.
yeah.
And guess what? How many fucking high rises? Like you have Stark Tower, you have the Fantastic Four. Do they not just see each other across the way? Like, hey, who you fighting today? Like, come on now. All of these people literally have the
Literally
highest
from
thing.
their backyard,
And
you
they're
can just like see across the entire fucking state.
And they all have their giant logo posted on the side of the building, like, "Hey, this is where we are," because that's how like actual supervillain bases are done, right? They're just plastered with their logo on the outside. It's dumb. This is why I think I really started getting away from Marvel, is because the bigger they got, the more I'm just like, your inconsistency and your incontinuity makes it so difficult to buy in. I mean, there's still fun stories,
Sure.
but it's just so hard to buy into anything when you're not even trying to make it make sense.
Yeah. No, it's wild.
Hey, guess what? Here's a cheap block for you.
Cheap. Bye.
Okay. Anyway, that's. Oh yeah. So the new Avengers and Ant-Man is in upstate New York, which means they're basically now, like neighbors of Xavier, because they're in upstate New York.
Is this the MCU New Avengers?
This was, I guess, in like Ant-Man, they mentioned that they relocated the Avengers to upstate New York.
Okay.
And that makes sense because actually, if you think about it, the one where the dumb scene where Hulk tries to give Ant-Man the taco and they land and taco goes out of his hand.
Oh yeah.
That's I think the upstate New York new Avengers location other than the downtown one.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just like come on now, like just you're trying too hard. Like honestly, you know what could have solved all of that? Literally, if the Avengers were, say, in San Francisco, everything would have been. If Fantastic Four was, say, in Dallas,
Chicago. Who fucking knows?
like literally, you could have just chosen any other major metropolitan city across the entire United States, and all of the stories would have played out just fine. Putting them all in New York, you basically said we have no explanation for why these people don't work together.
And do the majority of these things happen in these major cities just because these bigger crimes are attracted to these areas, and like the only things that they're trying to achieve, destroy, acquire exist over here.
I don't think it has to do with the villains, but other than simplicity, I think the reality is the IRL reason is similar to just a lot of the shortcuts they take with animations. New York City is easy because other than certain key locations, you just put a shit ton of tall,
Buildings, places.
blank buildings, you have New York. Like if you just, I mean, New York's pretty easy to fake if you just show me a bunch of, not necessarily skyscrapers, but just a bunch of tall buildings, like Spider-Man. Think about how generic that place looks, but it feels like New York because it's tall. And it's just endless rows of buildings, right?
I feel like,
and there's lots of destruction opportunity. You
I
can't
feel like
have it.
Spider-Man's the one that really needs to stay in New York
does.
because he has his ability to do stuff. Like, how are you going to do that in suburbia? Where are you going to web sling to?
Yeah, you're not going to be in Montana with web slinging across the field.
Like, you ain't got enough trees for that.
But yeah, Spider-Man makes sense there because he benefits the most from that. And you can also say like his story makes sense because of the university, because of where science takes place. I mean, granted, science takes place everywhere, but
I even think the X-Men could be in like a more rural area. Like, you
Yeah.
don't need to be in a big city. Like, in fact, I feel like it would be smart for them to not be in a fucking big city. Like, go be somewhere chill. And like, why are all the mutants in fucking New York? I mean, they're not all in New York because
No, but
they had to go
important
find them.
ones, and there's a shit ton of them. Like yeah, it's just the fact that they chose New York. I think is it's one of the most famous cities in all of the world. Like,
Sure.
like everybody knows New York. And again, it's one of those things where there's easy landmarks. Like think about so think about LA or San Francisco. That's a place that we are very familiar with.
Sure,
How many landmarks would you really be able to point out? Like Golden Gate Bridge,
sure,
maybe the Bay,
sure.
maybe AT&T Stadium. Like
Sure.
maybe a handful of individual buildings, but really, if you were to be shown an average random picture of San Francisco, would you be able to notice it? But if you give me a generic swing through of New York, like, yeah, this feels like New York. I feel like it's just an easier thing for that. But in lore, I think it's notoriety. It was just easy to say New York because it's a big city. I mean, they basically did the same thing in DC. Metropolis is just New York City. It's just a different name, right?
Yeah, but see, even that is perfect. Give me some fictional fucking place. This is fiction. Yeah, it's based in like the United States and stuff like that. But like, make up a fucking town. Just say it's somewhere else.
Yeah.
Maybe there's plenty of other places. Like Gotham is a household name now. That place doesn't exist. All right, everybody knows exactly what fucking Gotham is.
If you had to relate Gotham, though, where do you think Gotham would be? Like, if Metropolis is New York, what is Gotham?
Like Chicago or something like that.
I was thinking Chicago.
Yeah. Like just like a place that's got it's a decently sized city. I mean, I don't know enough about Chicago to know if it's
I've never
crime
been
ridden
there,
or not.
but like I'm just trying to think of like enough populated dense city that matches that vibe. I think Chicago kind of makes sense for
Sure.
that. But yeah, it's just that this is probably why as a storyteller I got away from stuff like this, because as entertaining as they are all in a vacuum, the moment you put any thought to it all, it starts to fall apart so
It's so interesting how much depth they've put into their stories and yet how much they've left out when it comes to their thought process.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, think about how gamma radiation simply works between the two. Like Hulk versus like Hulk and the Avengers gamma radiation versus X-Men gamma radiation. Like those things work differently fundamentally to these people, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like the Fantastic Four. Apparently it was the gamma radiation burst that turned all of them into that. Which, okay, but like that's not how gamma radiation works in any of the other series. So why did that work for it's
wild.
Anyway, we're ranting too much. All right, back to Jeff. Okay, so let's look a little bit more at what's going on with Jeff. I guess I could probably.
So there's a bunch of Jeffs. There's a bunch of land sharks. They're all created by MODOK. Our Jeff got adopted by Gwen. We really don't necessarily care about Gwen and her adaptation of him, but we just want to know, does his time with her affect his abilities any? Did he like learn how to do stuff he didn't know how to do before?
Right. So let's see. So he was adopted by Gwenpool, later ended up with Elsa Bloodstone, who promised to always take care of him. However, Gwen transported him to Gwenpool's island, where he stayed in her viewing box with her friends instead of being forced to fight. Then he watched as Gwenpool fought and defeated the Hulk. Interesting. And that just sounds fucking stupid. Gwenpool beat the Hulk. You're telling me that a real life person beat the Hulk? Like, you had that. There was probably some
fuckery.
Yeah,
100%.
That was plot armor fuckery. If you tell me,
100%.
So Gwen decided to leave Jeff with Deadpool.
Sure. Like you do.
This story is making less and less. So it's like you went with this person as a pet, then someone else had you, but then she was like, "Nah, I want you back." Transported you, put you in a cage, so you wouldn't fight, and then I don't want you to fight. I don't want you to get hurt. So I'm gonna give you to Deadpool, the most psychotic, violent anti-hero of all. Do you read the things you write, Marvel? I don't want Jeff to fight. Here, psychotic, evil anti-hero who loves fighting. Take care of my little pet.
Sure.
Like
maybe they had their weird explanations for things. Marvel loves to do that, and Marvel loves to have their random oh, this is why it was okay, or this is why it made sense in this particular scenario or whatever, but it'd be what it be.
So Jeff served as Deadpool's royal pet while he was king of Staten Island. Deadpool was king of Staten Island? I don't even think he would. Okay. And then Elsa Bloodstone took over for Deadpool and became Jeff's new caretaker. So again, okay. So once at a pool party, Jeff accidentally scared everyone away while swimming with his fin above the water. Oh, because you're at a pool party and you see a fin, and your first thought is, "Oh my God, someone put a real shark, and we're all gonna die in this pool at this party." Really? You don't think your first instinct is gonna laugh and be like, "That's cute. That's probably a prank because we're at a pool party"?
Sure.
You listen to what you write. But oh my God, he scared everybody. When he emerged, he realized what had happened. To prevent it from happening again, Jeff got a dolphin costume and swam dressed in it, successfully making people at ease.
That's the skin that I have in Marvel Rivals, his dolphin costume.
And if you look at the image, oh yeah, you don't have your laptop, but
I'm seeing
if you look at this image right here,
the little blue,
like, this is so stupid. This is so stupid.
Listen, if the only thing that's popping above the water is the fin anyways, what do you see? Is it the blowhole?
What is that supposed to do?
It's the blowhole. The blowhole. Oh, I see a blowhole.
Did it just extend? Like, did it just...
I don't freaking know. There's no difference. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, so at some point, Jeff found his way to the Netherlands. And where he had fun running in a field of tulips. So he doesn't need water. He's a land shark after all. Unfortunately, he once again scared the locals, only with his fin visible above the flowers. Because, seeing a fin above the flowers again, instantly there must be a shark, not it's a... Jeff once stole Captain America's shield, Kate Bishop's trick arrows, Miles Morales' mask, Strange's Eye of Agamotto, Falcon's wings, and Black Widow's gauntlets. He stole all of these things somehow. He used the items to ambush the heroes when they went searching for their missing items. He somehow came across the Infinity Gauntlet and ate it, along with other items. This caused him great stomachache, forcing Kate to bring him to a doctor.
So, did he eat all of these things or just Thanos' gauntlet?
Just Thanos' gauntlet, I guess.
And eating 5 Infinity Stones gave him a tummy ache.
It was just... again... With as much guard around that goddamn gauntlet.
I will say this. That gives us the first inkling into his powers, meaning he can just swallow shit.
Yes.
He's
a Kirby. He has the powers of Kirby.
Lightweight. Okay, you got lightweight Kirby powers to be able to just swallow stuff.
It does say he ate the Infinity Gauntlet along with other items, gave him a stomachache. So Jeff, and then he went to a doctor.
Sure.
Thanks. That's not. I hate fandom sometimes. Like this website has gone downhill. Okay, so let's see. Jeff began living with Kate. Inexplicitly, Jeff became bonded to a symbiote, but appeared to be all right with the situation. After some time, Kate helped get rid of the parasite. So, is that the same symbiote as from
Rivals?
It is.
Probably.
It is a Venom symbiote.
Yep.
So, he's just like the character who they just wanted to like redo all of the...
So I did read a thing, and it's mostly he's comic relief. he's a comic relief, lightweight character. He's a sidekick,
Yeah,
kind of like.
it seems like he's just
like a
there to
Robin.
hit all of the highlights. He's like, hey, remember the Infinity Gauntlet?
Sure.
Remember the symbiote? Remember this? We just want to do a nice little callback. This derpy little shark casually eats the time stone, and the symbiote didn't perish and lay dormant in Jeff's closet.
Wait, one more time.
So Kate helped Jeff get rid of the symbiote,
Mm-hmm.
but it didn't perish and it lay dormant in his closet.
Just hung out in his cool.
After Jeff was left behind in Kate's apartment due to taking too much time to change costumes. So she just left him. He's like, you shark are taking too long to put on your dolphin costume. I'm leaving.
Okay.
That's when the symbiote rebonded to it.
Okay.
Jeff attempted to take it off, rampaged a bit through Central Park, until they decided to set their differences aside and work together to get food. The symbiote possessed Jeff arrived in Coney Island, where they stole food from the stands, but was interrupted by an attack from zomboids.
So you know what's funny is that's his there's this when you get the symbiote skin in Rivals, his new finisher, like if you like get MVP in that match, like the new little scene for that is basically him in Coney Island screwing up some food. He's literally like attacking.
At least they're being right to the thing. Like at least Marvel Rivals is doing good callbacks.
That's hilarious.
I will say that's actually nice though, to see that they're doing real callbacks
Sure.
to that. After they were defeated by a giant speaker broadcasting the Baby Shark song, of course they did that.
God bless him.
Jeff and his symbiote, having been satiated, willingly separated from each other, because that's how symbiotes work. With that out of the way, Jeff, his hero friends, and surrounding crowds celebrated with chirps. God, this sounds like a terrible fucking cartoon. Like, I would just be like...
It sounds like the chibi Marvels.
It literally does. This sounds like every way
Marvels.
to just cheapen anything cool that happens.
Like, you remember how they had Teen Titans, and then they had Teen Titans Go?
Yes.
This is Marvel's Go.
Yeah.
This is Marvel's Go.
All right, let me make a few notes here. So let's go back to our pop culture build, and then we will go to this. So right now we know that he can
Kirby Swallow.
So
and he can walk on land.
Kirby Swallow.
I would also say at least he's got a swim speed.
We'll get to those. I'm just trying to figure out what we've read so far.
Okay.
So I think that was the only thing so far that we know is that he's being able to swallow. He has the Kirby Swallow, but he also has like magical digestion, because like the Infinity Gauntlet's only game of stomachache, but it doesn't like affect him by swallowing this thing.
Sure.
Okay, so personality. Jeff is overall personality of a domesticated dog. Being a shark, he enjoys swimming and water in general. Jeff is affectionate towards Gwen. Blah blah blah. He's immensely happy to see Gwen, or at least someone resembling her. Jeff provides quite a troublemaker and a gluttonous little beast. All he ever wants is to have fun, eat, and despite that, he's always a loving individual, set-aside desires to help out others, quick to make friends, blah blah blah. Okay, so powers. Underwater breathing. Although he was created to live on land without need of water, Jeff retains his gills, which allows him to breathe. Okay, so he has water breathing.
Can you drown him if you pull him backwards?
Probably not, but it's messed up. I gotta look up that word. Oh, it is a fake word. That's so fucking dumb.
What's a fake word?
How do I even pronounce that?
Piscine.
So he's a super piscine intelligence. Piscine just means of relating to fish. So he is a super unrelated to fish intelligence.
So he's much smarter than an average fish.
He's smarter than your average fish.
Cool.
But yeah, super piscine intelligence, and piscine means can be used of relating to or a characteristic of fish. So a super fish intelligence is what he has.
Okay.
Not super intelligence. He is not superhuman. He is super fish intelligent.
So, but I feel like that's described in saying that he's got the personality of a dog. Because I would say that a
Right.
dog has super fish intelligence.
So
Right? Because dogs are fairly intelligent.
So intelligent of smart fish or
Average dog.
loyal dog. Yeah, so definitely not the greatest intelligence level, which is fine. That's going to
For
make
sure.
a very interesting character.
Good
I don't
stats.
think Jeff can talk.
Every time I've seen him, like even in like Marvel Rivals, he's just like.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then
I don't think he can talk either.
So we'll have to remember. I think what's the cutoff for language?
I swear it was a 4.
So we might be able to give him a 5 with no language, which is totally fine. He can understand. He just can't speak. But he can definitely understand like common for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so the super Pistine intelligence. Jeff appears to be considerably smart, choosing the role of house pet for convenience rather than lack of capability to fend for himself. He also knows how to mix chemicals, accidentally replacing the effects of, or accidentally replicating the effects of the PIM particle. I don't know how you can say that he knows how to mix chemicals, but he acts. So did he know what he was doing, or does he just like? What does that mean? He knows how to mix chemicals. Like, if he knows how to grab 2 vials and just mix them, that's not knowing how to mix chemicals. But if that's him going, well, I don't know what this does, but I know I should only use a drop of it. Those are 2 different things.
Yeah.
And this doesn't tell me which they are.
I'm going to assume based on context. Number 1, it's plot armor. Number 2, it's that he has the physical capabilities to mix things, but he doesn't have the intelligence to know what he's mixing and what the outcome is going to be.
Okay, so still around intelligence 5 then.
Yeah.
Former power. Oh, optic blasts. After ingesting a magical... Oh, okay. So when he had ingested the Eye of Agamotto from Doctor Strange, he gained the power to project beams out of his eyes. He later lost the power after regurgitating the stone. So
he is Kirby.
That lightweight is Kirby indigestion with magical items. That's a huge... There's nothing in D&D that allows you to absorb a magical item's ability, so that's going to be 100%. But that's going to be 100% homebrew, but legit, it's going to be a thing.
I'm gonna look.
So the optical blast isn't it, but the fact that he was able to eat it and use it, we could think about that. Or we could even just say that in order for him to use magical items, he must swallow them, and he can only have so many at a time. So kind of like attunement, we can just say that you can swallow up to 3 magical items and use their magical abilities without using the items.
So
But
there's theoretically the warlock subclass that gives you a packed weapon.
Yep.
You have the ability to absorb any other weapon, including magical weapons, and basically give your packed weapon the ability of that weapon.
And if his pack weapon was his bite, like what we talked about before, the potential lock,
Yes.
then yeah, so we can talk about that.
That's the closest I can
we
see.
actually might have a legitimate build for denture lock here.
A denture? Oh, yeah.
Because he is a land shark, and if we make all of it based around his melee attack, we technically have an actual use for this. So
Hexblade, that's right.
let's see what's going on, everyone. So he could equip any magical item by eating it, even if it would normally not fit his land shark form. That's what we're thinking.
Yeah.
And that's why there would definitely have to be a limitation of it, right? We wouldn't be able to just let him continuously absorb it. I'd say definitely no more than 3, maybe only 2. But because normally you'd only be able to handle 2 magical items. But that would be the idea. Is it's more of you can't use the weapon, but you can use its effect. And with that ability too, being able to have it like a packed weapon, I can easily say that. Like he swallows something of electricity, and so his bite does electrical damage. That kind of stuff I can get for sure. And then to answer you, Soul, I was considering it. We don't know how far into Marvel Rivals will dip, but I did kind of want to give him a burrow speed, just because it does kind of make sense for the Marvel Rivals build. But I don't know if we want to dip into Marvel Rivals or only do the original.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, so we'll have to look it up. Also, another thing he used to have, he had in his possession a device that created portals, which allowed him to teleport between places. It was eventually taken away from him by Hulk. So
Just another item thing.
Yeah, that was just another magical item, so that has nothing. So that's really all that he has. He has underwater breathing and superfish, but subhuman intelligence. Let's see. Wait, what? Jeff dislikes his creator, though when seeing him play with toys of him, he decided to give the villain a toy he was missing. Okay. Jeff owns plushies. Okay. And Jeff speaks... Oh, so Jeff speaks Motokin. Copyright and trademarked to the advanced idea mechanics. Interesting.
So he does have language to a certain extent. Okay.
I mean, but that's the Modokian is like the language that his creator gave. So
Sure.
That's not a real language. So I mean, we could say he has like abyssal or something, but I don't think that's not really gonna come into.
It's not, yeah. But like just knowing that he has the ability to form language.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see if there's anything else we can find. Let's see. Any land shark. He was many land sharks. Okay, so armed to the teeth. As a land shark, Jeff possesses legs and the ability to breathe air. He can also be a fish out of water without too many issues. He's also equipped with sharp teeth that he uses. Okay, so he does have a bite for sure. Like, we know that 100%. Let's keep switching back. So, Fishy Foe. MODOK rebranded himself as Brodok. He creates numerous land sharks, including Jeff, to attack Santa Monica. Hey, somewhere that's not New York.
Woohoo!
Well, I guess that's why they needed, anybody but, half the people on the other side of the goddamn continent.
Wild.
Let's see. Wow. Okay, so Jeff meets Smash Mash, an electrically charged kaiju. He is instantly in love.
Yeah.
But the relationship is cut when Smash Mash eats it. Then Jeff eats his way out through and survives. Jeff just ate his way out of a kaiju. Oh, Jeff was an X-Men. He tricks the X-Men while helping his ally Wade Wilson in Deadpool. Wow, okay, so I'm not seeing anything here. Are there any powers on this page? No.
To be honest, I think we've covered the majority of his powers. I think that
I'm just looking for deep cuts, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really hoping for something more than this.
I've heard that like he's like more durable than like standard things. I've heard that he's, what do you call it? Like his life is gonna like last longer than like the majority of other sharks and stuff like that.
So it does say that when he wants to blend in public, he does have a assortment of animal costumes.
Sure.
So he does have the ability to disguise.
You can give him like an entertainer background, give him proficiency in a disguising kit,
right?
Maybe proficiency in deception.
Yeah, something like that. I could definitely see that as being a thing. He's a quadruped. Yeah, so it's really interesting that he became a healer in Marvel Rivals. That's kind of boggling my mind a bit. That I know that they probably needed another healer, but like it was so weird to think that he's a healer now. And
yeah, I'm also curious if Cloak and Dagger have any healing powers in the comics.
Yeah.
Like I'm not 100% sure like how many of our healers are actually meant to be healers. Like I don't know what Luna Snow actually does in the comics. I think that a lot of the times some of what they do, they just take liberties. You know what I'm saying? Like
I didn't know he's only been around since 2019 too.
Who?
Jeff.
Really?
Is that new?
Really?
According to ChatGPT, we'll
Sure,
take that with a somewhat of a grain of salt. I'm just looking at a brief summary, just trying to get any kind of deep cuts here.
Sure.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's see if there's any other abilities that we can. Okay, so we can breathe underwater and on land. Strong jaws. Durability. Surprisingly tough, resistant to minor injuries, so he is extra durable. And you kind of mentioned that, so definitely a higher AC, maybe some high HP.
Yeah, maybe he could have like the tough feet or something like that.
Aquatic speed, swims like a natural predator, keen smell. So I would say he has a higher swim speed and walking speed. Because being a predator and a shark, it definitely just, like, I'm thinking like 40, 50, 60 water, but like 30 land. You know what I mean? Like, it should definitely be 90.
Sure.
And I'll make him at a charm is not an ability. No, that's it. That's all we have for Jeff. Which is kind of insane. It might be the smallest build. The smallest build we've seen.
So I've got a couple of ideas. But I'm immediately thinking right now.
Like, I already know the race.
Well, I'm thinking of lizard folk for the race.
I'm thinking of the Boule.
The Boule?
Mm-hmm.
I have not heard of this race.
Yeah, the Boule will definitely be.
Is this a 5th edition race?
Yeah.
So it'd be kind of homebrewed for 5th edition? Let's think.
It's not an official 5th edition race, but it is an official D&D race.
Right.
It's not a playable race, but doesn't matter. This.
I will say, according to your definition, we might have to do some finagling with your DM if you bring this build to them using this race.
I mean, it depends. It's not that big of a deal.
Oh wow.
The Boule.
I feel like appearance-wise, that fits them
And it's
perfectly.
honestly, like, again, we can, to make it a playable race, we don't have to go off of those stats.
Sure.
But I mean, it's literally a land shark. D&D has a land shark.
I would say, I feel like it would be awesome because let me read you some of the abilities that a what do you call it has? What did I just say? The lizard folk. Yeah.
Because again, this is definitely going to be a bit of a homebrewy. Like this one, we're not, there's not a lot to go off of here.
Sure.
But it's also just not, it's, again, like eating items and being able to use their ability unless we make them a warlock.
So
that might have to get
for the lizard folk, number 1, they have an innate swimming speed.
Okay.
Number 2, they have a bite that comes standard. Theoretically, they have something called hold your breath, which just means they can hold their breath for up to 15 minutes. So we'll need to find something that actually lets you breathe underwater. But let's see. They have natural armor, which gives them a higher AC, which we were talking about already for their little extra durability. Hungry Jaws is an ability they have where in battle you can throw yourself into a vicious feeding frenzy. As a bonus action, you can make a special weapon attack with your bite. If the attack hits, you deal normal damage and gain temporary hit points equal to the Constitution modifier. You can't use this trait. So like that could play into it a little bit. Just because I think, even like with Shazam, we picked Dampier for their race just because that kind of fit what they could do. I love the idea that visually this is what they look like. I was thinking like we would call them a lizard folk, but like they're just a small version of a lizard folk. Like I feel like that might be easier to bring to a DM, but like with an appearance like this, I feel like that's a lizard-like enough that somebody who, like, when I look at that, I think of, like, you got like kind of scale-ishness to it, like, I don't know. Is that thing theoretically does it swim at all?
Let's see. Yeah, I was trying to go through some of the details here.
Because I think that'd be cool.
Well, and that's where I feel like, I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can just say it has a swim speed, right?
Sure.
Because this isn't in 5th edition, it's just going to be one of those.
You'll just say what its abilities are for 5th edition.
But by saying it's a Boule/Land Shark, at least you have a reference to this, and at least it's a race that's already been thought up.
Sure.
And it's not going to be too bendy, like, having to do that. But I think this one might just be one of our first, like,
homebrew
heavy. Because again, this one doesn't officially, like, this one has a jump speed, like it can jump, it can run, and this one can burrow.
Okay.
This one actually can burrow. I don't think there's anything wrong with us saying it can also swim. Like, realistically, I don't see why that would be a big deal to just add swimming to this. This one already has, obviously, land breathing. Again, I don't see any reason why we couldn't just say it can also breathe underwater. Air breathing. And then this one definitely has a bite, but this also has bite and 4 attacks with its legs. Or technically, it has 3 attacks. It has a bite, it can hit you with its front paws, and then it can also, if it jumps, it can slash you with its back paws.
Oh. Would you say Jeff could do any of those things?
I say, yeah. I mean, he is a quadruped, so he has he has the paws, he has the feet. I don't see why he wouldn't be able to have those. Doesn't just have to bite, although the bite is the main one. I mean, think about this. This bite, it does up to 48 points of damage, where his feet only do up to 18. That's the kind of spread you're hoping for.
Interesting. Okay, sure.
Because that's what, let's see, did he have, I thought he had, I love the first line here. Aptly called a land shark.
Wild.
Like,
wild. I love it.
And again, more things about Jeff that this one also kind of says. It's a terrifying predator that lives only to eat.
Sure.
Jeff is all about just eating.
Yep.
Universally shunned even by other monsters. Kind of not quite the same, because Jeff's like loved by everybody.
Sure.
But at the same time, usually the first people's reaction is scared. This one says it's a cross between an armadillo and a snapping turtle. But that's only conjecture. It's only like,
sure,
like just what people have said. The only thing it refuses to eat are elves, but it dislikes dwarves. Let's see. When it senses. So I'm not seeing anything here specific to, because it is a land shark. This one doesn't point to water because it wasn't meant to be fought in the water. But again, why wouldn't, Jeff even says he still has gills. He was made to be on land, but he retained gills. I don't see why this thing is just, we couldn't just add that to it maintains its ability to breathe air or to breathe water.
Okay.
So that would be my vote, is just because this one visually matches him.
I definitely like the visual. I see. My initial thought would be use these stats and say it looks like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, just like connect it that way. But I mean, if you wanna add some elements to that and like use that as the standard, I feel like we can go that direction too.
What do you guys think, chat? Do you guys think that would it be better off sticking with a 5th edition race like the lizard folk and just taking creative liberty to say what it looks like, or should we be as authentic but utilizing a 2nd edition race? Because this was a creature. This was not a playable race. So that right there, we're already going to be modifying quite a bit.
Sure.
I'll show it to you guys again, but that's the biggest thing is, should we go traditional or so that is the Boule.
It is like a spitting image of Jeff the Land Shark, except with some like lightweight what, dragon scales on it almost.
Yeah, and that's where they say it's like a snapping turtle comes with an armadillo.
Sure,
Like,
sure.
it is armored up, but we also know Jeff has a fuck ton of AC,
He does.
and this is kind of built in.
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
So yeah, so what do y'all think? Like, would you think in terms of like how y'all have seen pop culture builds work and how we've been talking about what we're doing with this? Do you think that this would be better off as a lizard folk that is just
Looks like that.
looks like this, or is it better that we would call it this just so we have a reference to this creature? Because does it really matter? Like,
And that's up to you. That's 100% up to you.
let's see. So if you Google baby bestiary boule, the image fits well. Later editions boule art fits better than. Oh, wait. So there's a 5th edition boule?
Oh, 2nd edition. Oh, wait, no, the one book you have is 2nd edition.
Yeah, this is the 2nd edition, but they are saying that later edition boule art fits better than this 2E art. So let me see. Oh, roll 20. Boule monster. Let's see. D&D Beyond Boule. Forgotten Realm. Okay, hang on.
ULETTE. Let me look.
Oh, I disagree. I do not think that this is a better representation, to be completely honest.
Oh, that thing. Yeah. No.
The large.
Yeah.
No. This one looks way more like Jeff. That one looks. I mean, unless I'm looking at the wrong one.
You talking about the thing that's popping about the ground with a big old mouth?
Yeah, and it has like a flat head. And
Yeah.
giant, that's not what I'm thinking.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that thing is a large monstrosity. What size is that one that you have? Does it say?
Just large.
So they're both
Nine and a half feet tall, 12 feet long.
Yeah.
Things are huge.
Both of these things are way bigger.
But then again, we could just say it's a young version. I mean, Jeff is a tiny version of them. Like,
Sure.
this is a full-grown adult.
Sure.
You could just say, yeah.
Which is exactly what I was gonna do with lizard folk. They're size medium. I was just gonna say it would be a small one, and instead of being a humanoid shape, it would be a quadruped. But
Let's see.
the only abilities that the Boule has in 5th edition is standing leap, deadly leap, and 40-foot burrow speed, and tremor sense. Unless there's a 3.5 or something like that version of the Boule that they were talking about.
Okay, so here's one. If you want to check this one out, it's oh, you're. How would it be easier to send it to you?
Discord.
Okay. So I'm looking at this one. Keep having to move where my thing is. Let me show you all what I'm looking at currently.
Oh, interesting.
So we're looking at this one
It's got a
from
long
DM
tail.
Dave. But I mean, still more like this.
Sure.
More like Jeff. Like,
Sure.
This is closer to Jeff than the last one. So let's look at. I wanted to just take a look at some of these abilities. High armor class, fast, walking and burrowing, average relative strength. Still pretty large, but again, we can just change size whenever we want.
Especially if you're making things smaller, I feel like that's much easier of a sell.
Oh yeah, even this one mentions like you can just shrink several of the stats down. Oh yeah, and he even does a Boule pup in this later. So we could just do a Boule pup, which is he's talking about. So reduces creature size by 1 category. If the creature has a natural armor of 12 or more, reduce by 2.
So we just do it twice, so we make it small. Well, theoretically, because a small creature is like 3 feet tall, like a dwarf.
Yeah.
Or a gnome. So theoretically, they would be tiny, like the size of a dog or a cat, right? Like no higher than your knee level, and maybe the waist of a small creature.
Let's see. So Jeff's considered pint size, but how big is Jeff the Land Shark actually? That's the game.
I do feel like relatively the game scales his size fairly well, just like they do with Rocket.
What I'd love to see is like, show me him like next to a character would be great, because all I ever see is like images by himself.
Just type in Jeff and Gwenpool. At the very least, even if you'll get like a size comparison, because I feel like she could hold Jeff in her arms type deal.
I think Deadpool would be a better one, because I think everyone has a good image of how big Deadpool is.
Yeah, just because I figured you would find pictures easier of Gwenpool, because they were always talking about them being together. But
like this one. So yeah, he's tiny.
Yep.
Tiny.
Yep.
So yeah, he's got to be small.
Well, size tiny, because that's what small is. Small is, well, for 5th edition sizes, between like 4 and 2.5 feet. Well,
but technically, does 5th edition even allow you to play
yeah,
tiny character?
Fairies.
Oh,
Fairies is a
right.
playable race that's tiny, and I think Grung as well.
Okay.
The little frog people. Oh, you were telling me about that yesterday, Soul. Hopefully that's going well.
Oh yeah, and that was the other one, the other blue shark. See, there's another shark-like character, but yeah, that's Jeff. So he's got to be size tiny for sure. So let me update that. So we know that he's going to be. So we know that he's going to be a size tiny.
And even if you wanted to make him a boule, like you could make him like a not necessarily genetically altered, but like a super runt or something like that, you know.
Well, I like the idea of what DM Dave is saying here about just making a pup. Like, it doesn't have to be a full-grown adult. He could,
right? But didn't they say the pup was like size medium?
Well, he was just suggesting that to make a pup, you would just depend on how small you would want to go. He's just giving suggestions.
Oh, like how to cut.
Like if it's large and you go down one size, reduce. So particular in this case, he's like, okay, so if you're gonna do it by one size. If it has an armor class of 12, reduce it by 2 armor class for every size you go down. It's kind of his guidelines.
So are we, because as a playable race, usually I'll say, hold on, let me look. Where is it? Characters.
Okay, so perfect. So here we go. So let's look at this one, because this is his pup. Oh, and look, that looks like Jeff. That's probably the most Jeffiest Jeff boule I've seen.
I'm not gonna lie, that looks like some shit from Land Before Time.
Yeah,
like one of those little.
But compared to all
dinosaurs.
of these, that's the most Jeffiest looking one.
See, I think that's the most Jeffiest one, even though it's huge.
I think that's just because this one's cartoony and cute. That's the only reason why I think like it just it gives me more of the Jeff vibe. Okay, so let's see what he says. So this is his pup, and we'll see if we can use this to extract. We won't use a 1-for-1, but he says armor class 15. Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this: because if we're trying to use this as a race to build off of when we create like class and other stuff for the character to actually be and like have progression,
right?
Generally speaking, so something like armor class would be you would get a base and then plus like your dexterity modifier or something like that. So are we going to do something like that, or are we just going to take the 1-for-1?
Oh, no, we're probably going to build it true. I just want to see what he thinks like, as a snapshot, and just to see, is this...
Does it feel right for what we're looking at? Because
if this feels right, because what I'm trying to figure out is, if this feels right, I'd like to stay with the boule, just because it is canon. If this doesn't feel right, I don't mind going over to Lizard Folk if the things that it comes with make it feel better. So he's saying 15 armor class, about 22 hit points, and he's giving it a burrow and a ground speed. Totally fine so far.
Sure.
I think we can easily add a swim speed, and no one's gonna be an issue. Wait, what's going on in chat?
Rust monster.
Yeah, I would definitely say that. Yeah, we're just gonna go with tiny. We don't need an exact 1-to-1 height size.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Most everything that 5th edition has is stolen from pretty much every other edition. 5th edition has actually done very little to actually expand the game in terms of new creativity.
Sure.
Like
with the exception of all the homebrew shit all of us have come up with for it.
Yeah, but they did not do as much groundbreaking work as many newer gamers think.
Sure.
You know, they're just like, oh my god, this is so good. It's like, it's been around forever.
They just made it digestible for our current audience.
Or and we've done this when we were doing our history ofs. How many times did they bring back something that
used to be
and fourth dropped? And then people thought, oh my god, you guys are so creative. And it's like, that was 5th edition, or that was 1st edition. That was 2nd edition.
Yeah.
Excuse you. Don't give them the credit for just bringing it back. Okay, so I think that so far this is good. I mean, the ability to score stats are just going to be ours. Let's see. You know,
I would say I probably wouldn't give them tremor sense. Because I think that they're more underwater based than they are land based, even though they theoretically are land sharks.
Okay, I don't mind. So the fact that we can do like a boule pup, I mean, we could even just say, oh, what if we even just say, like, again, if we're only going to slightly homebrew this, and it doesn't have to, I mean, again, Jeff's a very, very specific character, right? This isn't like we're not creating a whole new race or anything. We could even just say he's a dwarf boule. Like,
what do you mean?
Like, he's a normal boule who just has dwarfism. Like,
okay,
he's just can't grow any larger than tiny.
True.
So it's not like, oh, you're a boule pup, so by level 20 you get to become a large size. We'll just say that in this particular build, this
and that's
boule,
kind of what I was talking about, like the runt type deal. You're just a tiny dude.
I totally think that that's fully fine, just because, you know, again, we're making a roadmap here. You choose the boule as your race, but then you also choose to dwarf your size to be this character, right? Like, that's not as much homebrew because we're not changing the rules. We're just saying, like, you could choose to be a dwarf, or you could choose to be an elf. That's, you know,
sure.
I have dwarfism as an elf. This is really awkward, but it doesn't change how you make the build, right? You don't have to be 6 feet tall. So I don't think that,
especially if you're making things smaller, I don't think that's too much of a stretch for DMs to run through.
And realistically speaking, if we're looking at this, right, like if we're talking about a character build, the race you choose doesn't come usually with much. Right? The race is going to give him his burrow and his swim, and his ability to breathe underwater. That's it. Like, and his bite. Like, those are the basics that would come from his race. Everything else will come from all the other stuff. So realistically, choosing a boule shouldn't really be that game breaking either, right?
It would just be articulating what are we considering the aspects that we're taking from the boule, and
which I think would definitely be like the speeds, like being able to swim, burrow.
And so, like, if we're wording that like a race, it's like you got a swim speed. Well, for them, you have a swim speed equal to your walking speed.
If you don't want it to be faster.
I mean, like, if we want it to be faster, like that would be the homebrew part. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you know, right now we're taking from the boule the burrow speed. We're taking at the very least a way to orient the AC. We're not going to take their AC directly, but we'll say, you know,
because the AC also has to do with like, because AC doesn't come from your race, right? Usually that comes from
some races do, like Warforged have things that affect your AC. Turtles have things that affect your AC. So, and even the lizard folk have things that affect your AC. Basically what it says is you have instead of having a base of 10 plus your dexterity modifier, you have a base of 13 plus your dexterity modifier.
So I could see, because we know that he's more durable, I could see him giving him an AC based on the race. That's additive.
And which is totally fine for us to do. We just have to determine how are we going to extrapolate. Are we going to say it's a solid 15 period end of story? Or are we going to say, hey, it's a 15 plus your dexterity modifier?
I think that would be better, because it still gives people, because again, we're not trying to make,
I will say that is a hard race thing. If you give somebody a foundation of a 15 plus their dexterity modifier at theoretical character creation, that
I was
might...
thinking just more of like a 12 or a 13 and then let them continuously adjust it as they go.
Sure.
Because you still want some variability. You
Sure.
don't want that. I don't want to send this out to where there's only just like how we did with everything else. It's a roadmap. There's other stuff you're going to do to make this character. Because we also have to remember, pop culture builds isn't about making you play this character in roleplay.
It's just when you're done with it, it will have all of the abilities and stats of this particular character. Because we're not even, the roadmap isn't like, oh, choose this at level 1, choose this at level 2. The roadmap is, at the end of choosing this thing, you are going to have the things that will make you embody this particular character at this particular
and these
time.
are the ways you do it. Use an ASI. We don't tell you when. Doesn't matter what order. It's just you'll need an ASI to gain this feat. You'll want to make sure your strength is at least this, so use your ASI for that, right? Like that was always our idea. Is we're not trying to get you to play Jeff the Land Shark. We just want you to have a character that has all the attributes
that can do Jeff the Land Shark things.
Yes. So I think we can work off of that. Okay, so I guess the next thing is how do we fucking write? It's been a minute since we've done this. Okay, so we probably can't figure out exact level just yet on our roadmap build, but I don't think he's gonna be.
I honestly don't think it's gonna be much higher than level 5.
I was gonna say I'm gonna have a struggle getting into level 10. But that's fine. Maybe he's just level 5 again, and it doesn't matter. The whole point is for you to build this
crazy
character.
powerful. Like
No.
I don't. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like the whole point is to build this to where you have it, and then you're just that character. You're still gonna keep on
Johnny
going.
5 was what, level 10?
Yeah, and then you're supposed to take it. That because that's the whole thing is we don't want to like if we make the character exact to the build and it's not that high of a level, we don't want to extrapolate what it would be because that's us making up stuff that doesn't exist. That's for the character, for the players. So I don't mind if this. So level we'll hold off on. So race, we're gonna do a what do we want to call it? Like a stunted, a dwarf boule, or would you say you had a good word for it? Just the idea that it's not gonna be a full size boule.
I like dwarf boule. That's fine.
So dwarf boule is the race. Just that way, it's still a boule, but it's a dwarf, and the dwarf just means it's gonna be,
Sure.
That's why I was like. I don't know if I want to say dwarf because I don't know if that's offensive or confusing for other players. I don't know if like stunted or just a tiny boule.
What was the word that I used? Runts. The runts.
There we go. I like that. Just
boule runt or something like that.
That sounds boule runt. Okay, cool. So it's been so long since we've done one of these.
So I'll say. I have a thing up for races, so we'll need just some information. So we have speed should come from your race, right? So we can start with speeds.
Okay, so speed. I think his swim definitely should be faster than his land, but
Totally fine.
I don't know. Do you think his burrow should be equal to his land? I mean, technically, again, I don't know how much we want to care about rivals, but rivals is a visual.
Mm-hmm.
He does have a burrow speed basically equal to his walk speed.
Sure.
Actually, does
it's theoretically more. It's theoretically more. So I don't think we should match his burrow because I think his swimming should be where he gets his advantage. He is a land shark, so like
what if it's 20, 30, 40? Because him being so tiny should be harder to keep up with him. Right? His little tiny legs shouldn't be able to keep up with, and like think about him with Deadpool, right? You saw Deadpool's leg, you saw him biting onto it.
Sure.
You think a Deadpool stride is about twice his body length? You know what I'm saying? Like a full Deadpool stride would be almost twice the body length of Jeff the Land Shark. So if his walk speed was 20, his burrow speed was 30, but then his swim speed was 40, not only would it give him the advantage, but it also kind of leans into the idea that you want to be underground. Like and again, the boule, that's 90% of what they do is underground until they're ready to attack. So if it is 20 on land, but 30 below, that is your average walking speed, which means you'd be able to keep up with everybody. But once you hit
I don't necessarily mind that.
What do you guys think?
I don't necessarily mind that.
Let us know, chat. Do you think that would be too weird to have that much of a spread? I think it makes sense for this character, but I know we've never seen that before.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be, we're in homebrew territory now messing with this, so that's totally fine.
Small dogs can run very fast, sure. but we're going based off of this build. And
Yeah,
this is
but
also
when you're looking at Jeff the Landshark's legs, they are significantly shorter than most dogs.
yeah, and he doesn't
right?
have necessarily the articulation
Yeah.
to do a full run.
And when you see dogs that do have short legs, they're usually a lot thinner than his. He's got like these chubby little legs. So I think his walking speed is not going to be nearly as quick as any of his other speeds.
And if you think about just him with a party, it kind of makes sense that he would fall behind until he would get up. So I can even see him just doing one of those things where it's like the party walks, he tries to keep up, burrows a little bit in front of them, tries to keep up until they pass him, burrows. Like, I can see him doing something fun
that's
like
usually
that.
what it looks like when I'm getting out of spawn, especially when there's a Luna Snow on my team. Like, I can keep up with her until I pop up out. So
Okay, so we'll do a... do they actually usually say speed? But there's no walk speed, right? It's usually just speed of 20, then
Yes.
30 burrow, right?
Yes.
Okay, so speed of 20, 30 burrow, 40 swim.
Sure.
Okay. I think that'll be also super unique in terms of the play style, because I really want to make sure that we lean heavily on the fact that both the built creature from D&D and the character do seem to prefer being underground. At least, again, in OSR and all of that. So
Sure.
In Marble Ride. So I kind of think that makes the most sense to give that good spread.
Okay.
All right, so what else do we need to figure out for race?
Normally you have stuff like age, size, and alignment. I don't think we really need to worry about
Those
all
are all
that.
individual
Size,
types for
we've
player
already
versions.
articulated is tiny for this.
Okay, so wait, so Jeff, so let me reorganize real quick. So Jeff Landshark is a Boule Runt, speed, alignment. Yeah, so alignment we're not going to worry about because that's player choice.
But size we can include,
size is tiny.
because we'll say that is normally included with most races.
Yes, and I love the fact that we're just going to cap it at tiny because again he's a runt.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Level we don't need to worry about right now.
Other things that are fairly standard are language, but again, we're not really worried about that right now. I'm
going to say for language, understands common and two, because he technically has the Modokian.
You can just say one exotic language.
Well, I was going to say like common and two others of the player choice. Just that way, again,
Sure.
they can kind of, because again, it still has to be D&D, right? Still has to be usable in a D&D world. But I like the idea that he'll understand common in two chosen languages.
Sure. I mean, well, so standard is usually common in one other thing.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you'll get two, but
So how about understands common, one regular, and one. Nah, it's okay. Just so and one. So how does it normally write? Common and one chosen, or how do they normally write that?
For ones that are chosen, let me
Or
see if I
it's
can...
like one additional. Like I'm just curious, how does D&D normally write?
I would just say you can understand common and one additional language of your choice. You know, and if you want to put in parentheses including exotic, because a lot of the times they don't articulate that. You can make it whatever you want to make it, unless you don't want them to have that sort of
Okay.
freedom.
I think in terms of D&D, it's better in this. Again, we want some things to still remain with the player because
Sure.
maybe you're gonna, it's like what Edwin was saying is like if we just immediately choose primordial, what if the game doesn't have primordial? Like what if the game's not using it? Like the character still has to be able to, like if you have an elf in your party, you're gonna want to say, well, I understand common and elf, so I can listen to them. So I think that will be good, and that would actually be kind of fun too, because if you have an orc and an elf and a dwarf in your party, and you can only understand two of them, like you can understand common and dwarven, but you don't understand elf. The elf could say something, and you're just like,
Sure.
like I don't know what you're saying. Okay, cool.
I would say additionally to that, depending upon the race that you are, you're gonna get between like 2 to 3 additional features. Some are like smaller features. So for instance, smaller features in the lizard folk, you can hold your breath and you get something called Hunter's Lore, which means you get proficiency in 2 different things.
So what are these normally called? Because like size, language, are these just abilities?
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
Or racial abilities.
Yeah, racial abilities.
So first one, water breathing. Right there.
Sure.
We're getting water breathing, period.
Sure.
We already have the swim speed, which is also a benefit. So what are some other examples?
Hunter's Lore, you gain proficiency. I was thinking for this one, he would get animal handling and survival, because that's what you have available to choose when it comes to like lizard folk and stuff like that, but it could be anything small like that if you feel like having those types of proficiencies would be valuable, right?
So is this where we could do like the disguise kit?
I would probably you could, but again,
It's not really a
calling it a racial feat would be a stretch. I feel like that would be more background
so
than
would this
anything.
be the Kirby swallow? Would this be part of the racial ability then? The ability to absorb...
again, depending on what you're going to give it, having it be a racial feat would be way powerful.
Yeah, that's
way
true,
powerful.
especially at level 1, just being able to absorb any magical.
You know, and some racial feats are capped at levels, but they do have a foundation that you get at level 1. So
that would be, I know this would be way weird, and this is definitely more homebrewing, but just as an idea, not for this, but as a concept, how cool would it be to be like, the racial ability is that you can swallow magical items and use them for a number of rounds equal to your level. So, and at the end of it, basically, so it's like you can swallow that dagger of fire and do a fire bite, but if you're level 1, at the end of one round, you're gonna spit it out.
Does that mean I can re-swallow it and do it again? Or does that mean that I can't do it again?
I think it would take an action. Like, it would definitely take action economy to bother with it. But that, I mean, again, just as a concept that could kind of work is it's based on how long you can ingest it, which means how many times you can use it or how long until, you know, something like that could be a benefit. Sure. I don't know if that's really the solution we're looking for, but that's something to think about in terms of other builds in the future. Okay, so water breathing is a racial ability. We have his swim speed, which is his new racial ability for this particular build. I think
to help balance things out, depending on what else you're going to give them, I think giving them something like proficiencies might be helpful. You know,
so there's someone from the lizard folk.
Lizard folk, you get to choose 2 from this list: animal handling, nature, perception, stealth, and survival. I think survival works a lot, especially if they're always hunting and always looking for food. Stealth might work for the same thing, especially because they have a burrow speed.
I like survival.
I also like animal handling, just because animal handling, you're an animal, you know, and you have instinct on how to interact with other animals. So, but again, that's fully up to you. Again, if we're trying to pull from the boule more than we're trying to pull from this, you know, then, you know, what, I don't know if that boule has any stats that make sense for what we're trying to do. You know what I mean?
Let's see. So
let me be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yeah, so we're looking for proficiency. There's got to be, because this one's mainly about just burrowing and attacking is mostly all what's this is all about. See, even in the original lore, boules don't have a static territory. They're constantly on the move. So survival, I think, definitely makes sense. So navigation would also make sense as a proficiency. Navigation's a thing in 5th edition, right? Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, this one is only... Yeah, so this one's all... There's no real, like, proficiency. So, I guess the question is, do we want to give this build static racial abilities, or do we want to give it, like, a choice? I mean, I guess, again, that's really, like, the choice of a race. This is a build. So, I guess it's more like we're just going to say this is what we chose to take on with it. So, I love survival, especially because boules don't have a static... area that they call home. They're always on the move. So I think survival is awesome.
Cool.
I want to do something that's more likely for this character. I'm just trying to think of everything that we've talked about. I mean, there's no, like, I wish there was an animal handling for people. Like, he's obviously very charismatic and typically everyone likes him, but that's usually just a high charisma. But
I mean, you can just give him persuasion. I mean, that's theoretically animal handling for people.
Well, we did talk about deception too.
We did talk about deception, but again, I also think that would probably come from the background,
True.
especially because that's likely going to coincide with the disguise kit.
Persuasion. I mean, persuasion could help because he's constantly just trying to look cute. Like, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry. I bit you.
You know?
Okay, persuasion. Anybody have an argument against persuasion or a stronger argument for another attribute? Because I think persuasion actually, again, the cuteness factor. He's just cute. Sure. Don't hurt. Don't be mad. That's actually a good. Yeah. I can spell. Right? Why can I not spell this?
Oh, persuasion's hard. I always look that up. I'm not even gonna lie. I also look up perception and the other P1, which I forget what it is right now.
No, did I have it right?
Every time I see persuasion, I want to put a W in there.
I think I always forget the other I. I think that's the problem, is there's another I in there that I always forget. Okay, so we have a Boule Runt with 3 speeds, tiny, understands common and 1 other chosen language, and currently has water breathing, survival, and persuasion.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else we need to worry about in terms of once we chose the race?
I would say if we're going to give it a racial ability to help its armor class, I would say also if we're going to give it a racial ability to be able to bite. Those would be the 2 other primary things that I would say that would make sense.
Remind me, what normally gives you your AC?
Normally, you have a base of 10 for your AC plus your dexterity modifier.
Gotcha. So what if the racial ability just gave him a +2? So you're gonna have your base of 10 +2 plus your dexterity. Is that too much?
No, I mean, like the lizard folk, you get your base increases from 10 to 13, so that gives you a +3 to do the same thing.
So would you be opposed to just raising Jeff to
a +2? It's 12. Yeah, I mean, you'd be his 10 would go to a 12, and then everything else is the same.
So base AC of 12. Because he is harder to hit. He is more all the land sharks are more durable. They can tank some damage. I think that's more akin to a high constitution, but I still like the idea that he's tiny. He's hard to hit. The AC should reflect.
Sure.
Okay. And then what was the other one that you said? You said there was 2.
A bite.
Oh, I guess that is a racial ability, isn't it? Okay. And then now, is it just the ability to bite, or is it the actual damage?
So there are many races that give you a bite ability, and they basically articulate it as an unarmed attack that you have that does piercing damage and actually is a roll instead of just your static strength modifier. So I would say this could do something akin to that.
Okay.
Depending upon whether you want to adjust the action economy, depending upon whether you want to adjust the damage dice to potentially scale with the person. All of those you've seen all of those in races in the past.
Yeah. Because this is let's see what it is. Is that true? Wow, so in this particular case, his bite attack in the original was 40-12. But that's also a fully grown.
Sure.
So probably not that much. But even a D12 would be massive to start out.
That's wild.
That's so fucking
I feel like that is a hard sell for a race.
What about 8? That's just D8 bite. That's still too much.
I would say without a weapon, I haven't seen anything higher than a D6. That a physical weapon or something else like that.
It just seems weird to give him something that
with the exception of a
But
breath weapon.
But he is tiny. He is tiny, so it's not like it's going to come out with that big of a punch.
Sure.
So D6 then?
I'd say I think a D6 works.
So would you prefer D6 or 2D4?
I think D6 would be better. I think what we could do, if you really want to, is say you get a number of D6s equal to your proficiency bonus. So you'll start off with one, and then it'll grow with you, type deal. Or maybe your proficiency bonus -1, because I think you might start with 2. Let me check. But yeah, just so that it feels, because the majority of what Jeff does is bite, right?
Yeah.
Now, no, he's not like super strong, but like if that's really all he has, you know, like in this one, he's got a bunch of other abilities, but unless you're gonna tie all of those abilities into his race and say, yeah, he has a bite, but he also has a claw, and he also has another claw, and he also has
and this is kind of complicated because it's all based on how it attacks as a monster, not how you're going to use it.
Exactly.
Right?
So
I like the unarmed bite with piercing at 1d6. I'm trying to think of, because I think you start with 2 proficiency points.
You might, yeah.
And then you get up to 6, right?
Yes.
So 66 bite could be.
But again, that's way later. So like I'm here for that. But again, even if it's like let me see, because if it is a 2, just imagine it's your proficiency bonus -1. So instead of getting to 66, you get maxed out at 5d6, which is still a decent amount.
True.
And then you start off with only 1, and you would have 1 until what, level 5 or 4?
Yeah. And doing that with D4s, I just don't think it scales high. Like, you know, starting out with 2D4, but even when you max out at 64, that's no one gives a fuck about 64. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's way too little.
Proficiency. Yeah. You start off with 2. So, and then you would get your second one at level 5. So you would get, and I think 2d6 at level 5 is decent.
Yeah, okay. So,
I think 2d6 at level 5, because your cantrips level up at the same time, basically. And the next time you get a level up is be at level 9. You'd get 3d6 at level 9, which is not that bad.
So a D6. How am I gonna write that?
So your bites attack does 1d6 of damage. Does a d6 of damage for every equal to your proficiency bonus -1.
I know that I'm not writing the official. I'm just
a number of d6s. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So his racial abilities are water breathing, survival, persuasion, base AC of 12, and a bite attack of 1d6 equal to your proficiency bonus -1.
Yes.
Is that a good enough to cover the race part of our business?
I would say so. I'd say that's a decent race that I would say is doable. Most DMs would be willing to say all right to that, especially because it's got some downsides. I might even add in there. Now, this is up to you if you want to do this for a whole race. You cannot, especially because of what we're about to do, because you want to be Jeff, you cannot carry any weapons. You cannot use weapons or shields or anything like that because you don't have hands. You're a quadruped. You walk around on all fours. The most you can do is have one thing in your mouth, and if you do have one thing in your mouth, you can't use your bite attack. So it's like
but Jeff is shown to use weapons in his mouth, so I like this. He's like been shown to have a dagger or other things.
Yeah.
Okay, so
so you're only allowed to carry one item at a time instead of you only have one thing to carry. I don't know how you want to word that. I'll find a way to word that.
Can only wield
one item carried in your mouth.
Because I don't think we can't say, because you can't really say that he can't carry. Well, I guess he couldn't carry items because there's not really a way to strap it to him. So can't carry weapons.
I mean, you can give him a backpack. Keep a little like strap some, because you can strap stuff to like a horse or whatever. You know.
I'm thinking about how small he is. Like, how much could you? He can't carry a sword. Like, a sword's bigger than him. So it's like, you know, I'm just trying to think of like how would you actually gear him up? Because again, he has the dorsal. He has his like little.
It'd have to be some custom gear for sure. for sure.
Right. Okay. So
I
don't think it's necessary for us to say he can't carry weapons, but I do say he can't wield. So
it's wield. I think wield is the best word.
So
you can only wield one weapon.
Wield one weapon
or item, because I think it should be
or item.
Yeah.
At a time. In mouth. Cannot bite. There's gonna be so many little caveats as we actually build this. You know what I mean? Like
Sure.
But this is gonna be an interesting one. Like I said, and sometimes maybe they don't all have to be clean and perfect. The whole point is like,
sure,
this is a build. This is how you would do it. You can give him a satchel, but where are you gonna put it? I mean, again, the satchel is basically his size. You know what I mean? Like that's the downside is when you're dealing with a tiny character.
You can make a satchel any size. Like if you're talking about buying like just a standard satchel, that's why I said he's just gonna need custom gear,
right?
Like you've had a bandolays made for yourself, you've had those armbands made for yourself.
There's the point of usability. Like unless they bag of holding, it's just I can have a pouch, but if that pouch can only hold this, that's not a pouch that's useful when everyone else is holding their gold. And I'm like, I got this, I got a rock.
Sure.
That was my only thing. Is like, yes, you could give him like a magical bag of holding, but that's not part of the build. Like he's not going to be able to get a sword and a shield, and a backpack on his person.
You're going to have to figure out how you're going to handle all your stuff. But same thing is true for a fairy. You're going to have to figure out how, because like whatever they have is going to be relative to their own size. So
yeah. Okay, so can only wield one weapon at a time. In the mouth, cannot bite when you're doing so. I like that. Cool.
If you're good off race, we could talk about background.
Okay, we can move on to the background. So are we talking about like actual D&D backgrounds here?
Yes.
Pull up a list.
Charlatan. That's from the player's handbook. And their feature is false identity.
Let me check that out.
They get skill proficiencies of deception, sleight of hand, and tool proficiencies of disguise kit, forgery kit. Don't really know that they would care about forgery kit, but there's plenty of stuff that we get that they don't necessarily use, so that should be fine. And equipment is a set of clothes, disguise kit, and his set of clothes could be a dolphin outfit. His set of clothes could be, whatever else he disguises himself in or with.
Let's see. Is there anything else? Anybody just like, why is it that everybody wants to give you a list, but no one wants to give you a list? Like, I just list everything here. Now here's everything but a list.
See, this is why I love these apps, because I could just go to a certain category and it'll tell me stuff from like all of the different resources as well.
Okay, so that one's not going to be good. That one definitely not. I mean, the forgery. Mine says forgery kit.
It's both. It's forgery and disguise kit from the player's handbook.
And this one was supposedly, here you go. Here's everything from the this says 2024 player's handbook.
That's probably why.
Yeah,
that's probably why.
And then of course you go to somewhere like D&D Beyond, everything's locked behind a fucking paywall. Like I'm just so fucking tired of D&D Beyond. I just do not use them anymore.
I only ever use 5e tools, and what was that other one that we use sometimes?
The Wikidot.
Yeah.
I think that's like that. That's the main one I do, but that's also just because it opens up to like some other stuff. Okay, so let's see. I'm just trying to look at anything else that might work. I'm just looking at anything that like stands out to me that might mean something. I think you're going to be right though. I think Charlatan makes the most sense.
I think we get out of this.
I'm not seeing anything else that makes good sense. All right, so let's see. The third scam from the Charlatan. I insinuate myself into people's lives to prey on their weaknesses and secure their fortunes. I mean, he's been known to just
You're
steal
a pet.
the gauntlet.
I'm your pet.
That's
What are you talking about? Of course I'm gonna indenture myself into your life.
the false identity. He's turned himself into a dolphin.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Personality trait. I fall in and out of love easily, and I'm always pursuing someone.
Yeah, it's called food.
And ideal. I'm always a free. These are the first ones in the options too, and it's so good. Oh, look at this. Number 2 bond. I owe everything to my mentor, a horrible person who's probably rotting in jail somewhere.
Fair enough.
Yeah, let me look at these other ones. So I was looking at entertainer, but I mean, the entertainer also gets a disguise kit. They also get something like the actor feat. What's the faceless? The faceless also gets a disguise kit. But that's a mask of their persona. I mean, he does wear the cart costumes, but I don't think that's quite the same thing.
Sure.
The faction, no, that's not gonna work.
There's a spy.
That's not gonna work. I think charlatan's I think charlatan's probably the better one, but take a look at entertainer and let me know what you think. If you feel like that has any better value towards you.
Entertainer.
Or, I mean, I wouldn't even mind giving them the option. Just, you can either be a charlatan or an entertainer.
The only problem with the entertainer is I feel like
type of musical instrument.
It doesn't have deception, which I feel like would be really, really good. Like acrobatics, honestly, like
he doesn't really need performance, does he?
Yeah, like you could say that his performance helps to, but like I feel like deception's a little bit more down that road.
Yeah. Okay, we'll give him charlatan, and that's gonna come with the deception sleight of hand. And the sleight of hand works because he wants to take everybody's stuff and eat it.
He's stolen a lot of stuff. He stole Thanos's freaking glove. Like, if that don't take no sleight of hand, tell me what does.
Yeah, and then tool proficiencies, disguise kit, forgery kit. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he probably won't use the forgery kit, probably because his hands aren't really meant for that. But also, who cares?
I'll even say, like, instead of the equipment, like it says, instead of fine clothes, I would just feel like in one animal costume.
I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I'm sure a DM would be all right with that too.
Like, I just like, because again, his whole biggest thing was like, I'm a dolphin. Don't worry about me. So I like the idea of just like, you get a disguise kit, a forgery kit, and one animal costume.
Yep.
That's so dumb, but I love it. That's gonna be so good. Let's see. Cards and signet ring. Okay, so that's good. I think all of that works. Find the pink dolphin costume. There you go. Okay, so what I have for that then is okay. So we have background charlatan, comes with deception, sleight of hand, and tool proficiencies, disguise kit, forgery kit, and I'm gonna move that up, and one animal costume.
Sure.
Anything else we need from the background, or is that pretty much it?
Yeah, that's it for the background.
All right. Okay. What next?
I think it's time to start moving into class.
Right, class. So I can make an argument for Bard just because of the charisma and the just pet aspect.
Sure. I will say warlocks are also charisma casters.
Right. But that's where we get into, do we want to give him magic?
Again, Bard would be the same question, but
yeah,
I think
Bard does get magic.
But
we can also just ignore it like we did with Shazam. Like, not everything,
which is exactly the point. And I think that warlocks give you much less magic than any other class, because you're not even a half caster. You're your own class of caster, because you get your stuff back on a short rest, but you really only get like, what, as a warlock, I think the most you ever get is like 3 spell slots, like total.
What subclass then? I guess the bigger thing is what subclass under Bard or Warlock.
So
I don't think any other class really makes sense for him. I mean, I really can't imagine Barbarian. I can't really imagine a fighter.
So it's interesting because I think that the what is it called? the packed weapon that I was talking about, where you can absorb, which is why I'm thinking of Warlock. It's specifically because when you get packed weapon, you can absorb, and you can turn it, you can manifest it into any weapon
because
that you're
we want
proficient
that, and because we want the natural weapon, because then you can make your teeth your packed weapon. That's
that
probably gonna have to be the Warlock.
That's why I'm thinking of that. But also, that comes with the base Warlock. That's not even a subclass Warlock.
Yeah, but
So-
the subclass would be the one. Isn't there a subclass that? I thought there was a subclass we were talking about earlier.
There's a subclass called the Hexblade, which falls into using your packed weapon for most of your things that you do, and I think that would be helpful. But it doesn't says Hex Warrior, your training, get your proficiency, arm yourself, you gain proficiency in medium armor and shields. Like, again, you don't really need any of that. Finish a long rest. You can touch a weapon that you're proficient with that lacks the two-handed property. When you attack with this weapon, you use your charisma modifier. Okay, I'll say that.
What's that?
Going the path of the Hexblade, you get to add your charisma modifier to your weapon attacks. And I think that I don't think Jeff is going to be necessarily a particularly strong character, like strength-based character.
True.
I think that, founding the majority of what they do off of their charisma would be the most beneficial for them. They get standard spells of things like Shield, Wrathful Smite, Blur, Branding Smite, Blink, Elemental Weapon. Like, all of these things are things that would be affecting you as a person. Like Smite, I just do extra damage when I hit you. When I cast Shield, I'm just harder to hit. When I cast Blur, I'm just harder to hit. When I cast Blink, I'm harder to hit. Elemental Weapon, my weapon does more damage. Like, all of that stuff, I feel like, is things that you can apply to Jeff himself and not make it look like, oh, I'm casting magic spells.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Warlock, Path of the Hexblade, and realistically, it also ties into the Jeff story of being created by a giant evil creature who kind of just abandoned you.
Sure.
Or you got away from. Because we talked about that before, where, there's no one ever plays the connection to the Warlock.
Sure.
Like, that's one of my biggest pet peeves about Warlocks, is no one ever plays into the pact. It's just, you made a pact.
You just have it, now you got stuff you can
and
do.
this is the one time I can accept it, because Jeff's no longer connected to his creator.
Sure.
So I'm totally fine with that.
And again, if we're only going up to level 5, let me look.
Nice. And
Then
someone just submitted their new build.
Oh, the one that you've been working on?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Foliage of Soul Springs.
Very cool. They were talking about that yesterday in the little game stream. So bonus, you get a bonus to damage first target. Yeah. So I really think the stuff you get from Hexblade at level 1, because you choose this stuff at level 1 for Warlock, it's all you're gonna get for the subclass. The next time you get something is level 6, and if we're stopping at level 5, we'll never touch that.
Yeah, and that will just be the player's opportunity to expand their build. Okay.
Then the base stuff that you're gonna get is some invocations, your packed boon, which we know what we're gonna choose, and an ASI at level 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that going Hexblade is probably the best thing that we're gonna want to choose for that.
Okay. And we're saying basically we're going to do a level 5 build of it, and then let the player
figure out what they want to do from that point on.
From there.
I mean, we might even be able to stop, depending on how much we want to give them and how much health feels right. Like maybe get an ASI and get like the tough feat or something like that, just to give you a little bit more survivability.
What's the tough feat again?
Tough feat just basically says for every level you have, you get an extra 2 HP. Just add it on top.
Oh yeah, no, that would be phenomenal, because again, we need to add that. So okay, so level 5. So let's talk about how we would get that. So we know that the Warlock Path of the Hexblade. So the last thing we need to talk about, I think, is level specific, or when you would need to do with like an ASI, right?
Sure.
So feats. So the tough feat, that would be the only one we're gonna get, right? We're only gonna get one
just
feat?
one feat.
Okay, 1 feat.
2. Okay. The next thing I would say that is class specific is Eldritch Invocations. So I would say, this would kind of be pointless.
Let's see. So Agonizing Blast,
Yeah.
Armor of Shadows.
Based upon the what we gave ourselves for our race, this would be pointless, but it would also be what makes the most sense, is giving your taking the invocation Armor of Shadows,
I was just looking at that one, yeah.
which gives you mage armor at will, which would increase our AC by 1. Because we gave it a 12 plus dex, this gives it a 13 plus dex. It's just by 1, but it counts. It's easy. You can have it up all the time because it's basically cantrip status.
I don't mind Beast Speech.
I also was going to say that too. Yep. Either that or Beguiling Influence, which you gain proficiency.
Deception, right? And Persuasion. He already has Persuasion and Dissuasion.
Yeah, so.
It's a 7th level. We don't want to do that.
I mean, there's really no point in giving him Eyes of the Rune Keeper, just because you can read all writing. Like, why?
Yeah.
I mean, Mask of Many Faces might be a little bit much, because I feel like he gets it from his disguise kit. He doesn't actually change his appearance.
And like Eldritch Sight doesn't help. Doesn't really make any sense for him to be able to like test magic. See, Eldritch Sight would be great for someone like Spider-Man, but not for him. I
was almost thinking Misty Visions, but why and how would he have that ability?
Gift of the Depths, but we already gave him that through his race.
Gift of the Depths. Oh, was that being able to...
That's all underwater stuff.
Got you.
Yeah,
there's got to be some Pact of the Blade things in here. I know there is. Did I pass them already? Pact of the Blade, Eldritch Smite. That's level 5. Once per turn.
One with shadows. I mean, it's not perfect.
What is one with shadows?
When you're in an area of dim light or darkness, you can use your action to become invisible until you move or take an action. It's not quite right.
What about once per turn when you hit a creature with your packed weapon, you can expend a warlock spell slot to deal extra force damage? Eldritch Smite.
No prerequisites for that one?
Level 5 and Pact of the Blade.
Level 5 would be kind of nice.
Because we are hitting level 5. Now the question is...
What's Bane again?
The Spellbane?
Yeah.
Your opponents get -1 to their attacks and saving throws. -1d4. Opposite of Bless.
Saving throw. Target must roll a d4 and subtract the number. I mean, that could technically be a decent one for him. Because it's charisma based, so it's kind of like,
What's it called?
It's Thief of 5 Fates is the ability.
What's the prerequisites?
There is none.
Okay. Not even level?
Nope.
Wild.
And it's a PHP, so it just says you can cast Bane once using a Warlock spell slot.
Okay.
And it's up to 3 creatures, or what is it? It's target up to 3 creatures.
Oh, is it once without using a Warlock spell slot?
You can cast Bane once using a Warlock spell slot. You can't do so till a long rest.
Really? That's super weird.
But it specifically
charge you a spell slot for something.
Up to 3 creatures of your choice that you can see within range must make charisma saving throws. Whenever a target that fails this saving throw makes an attack, roll, or saving throw before the spell ends, the target must roll a d4 or subtract that from the roll that they made. So I could kind of see that one, but I'm still liking the other ones better. There's so many of these. Jesus, they've added so
Additionally,
much.
when you gain level in this class, you can choose one of the invocations and replace it with an additional one. Okay. A level prerequisite. Okay, so yeah, you'd totally be able to do that. Okay.
That one's not good. That one's not good. I'm even going into the Unearthed Arcana. None of these are matching him. Okay, so I'm thinking. Ooh, no, that's level. Okay, so I'm thinking it's either. I know. I'm really thinking Armor of Shadows or Beast Speech. Either of those makes sense. I mean, Beast Speech less so because we didn't read anything about him talking to other animals. Like nothing about Jeff's lore says that he can chat
Right.
with anything. So Beast Speech would be more for a D&D concept, but Armor of Shadows, that one extra AC is not.
I like Armor of Shadows and Eldritch Smite.
Oh, right. So
Those are the two that I would choose for his two, just because. Number one, you can at the end of it says plus. Wait, where is it? Once per turn, you can, when you hit a creature with your packed weapon, you can expend a warlock spell slot to deal 4 damage plus another 1d8 per spell slot.
And then you can knock them prone if they're huge or smaller.
Yeah. So I like being able to knock them prone. I think that's cool.
I think that's better because we want him to be more powerful. Even though he's not supposed to be the heaviest hitter, he still needs to be a heavy hitter.
Sure.
And I just don't think that compared to 1 AC, I think this is better. So yeah.
I mean, you can do it. I would say both. That and 1 AC. Because you get 2.
You get 2 invocations?
You get 2 invocations at level 2. Yeah. That's why I was like choosing between like which 2 do you think we should use?
Then 100% Armor of Shadows and Smite.
Okay.
Like that. Like I was expecting it to be 1. Yeah, if it's both, then 100% it's got to be both. Those are the 2 best ones, hands down.
Cool.
Okay, so
yeah.
Path of the Hexblade, Invocations, Armor of Shadows, Eldritch Smite, with Tough Feet. Taken and what level would that have been? What's the first level you can take a feat at?
4.
It's the one time we're going to say like this is what you have to do. Level 4 feat. Tough.
You get your Pact Boon at level 3, which you're going to take the Pact of the Blade. You get your Eldritch Invocations at level 2, which we're going to take the 2 we just talked about.
Wait. So level 3 is Pact of the Hexblade. That's when you get Pact of the Hexblade.
Not Hexblade, but Pact of the Blade. This is your Pact Boon.
Oh, Path of the Hexblade, and then level 3 Pact of the Blade, right?
Yeah, Pact of the Blade.
And then Invocations, that comes with those 2. Level 4, you take a feat for Tough Feat. And then none of those are going to come with an ASI, right?
Well, the 4
would have been the ASI.
Would have been the ASI, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so then that, I'm just trying to keep that in mind because we still have to do the
stats.
The stats, which again aren't what you need. We're just going to say these are the likelier stats that would again, it doesn't matter the numbers, it's more of the ratio.
Sure.
Right. Okay, so anything else that we should do before we go into stats?
I'm trying to think.
We've covered race,
yep.
We've covered background,
yep.
We've covered class,
yep,
and we've covered the additionals that come with up to level 5.
So not include. Okay, so real quick, let me go to. So we got Hexblade. If we're only spell level, hold on. Table slot level. At level 5, we'll just gain access to 3rd level spell slots. Slot level. Okay, and then let's go back to Hexblade. So we will have access to the 6 spells that I mentioned earlier: Shield, Wrathful Smite, Blur, Branding Smite, Blink, Elemental Weapon. At level 5, we'll have access to all of those, and we get to table. We get to choose 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other spells that we get to know. If there's any, like, honestly, we can just leave those empty for now and just have them choose them, unless there's something that we feel like would really speak to us as far as spells.
And that's where I'm trying to think of, is like, because I don't want him to have just regular spells. Like I would, so that's going to be more for player flavor, unless there's a very, like you said, a very particular spell that just
makes perfect sense and would like
like Mage Armor is a spell that I'd be fine with because that's not an outward.
What about Charm Person?
Yes, totally fine on Charm Person. When do
Cool.
you get these spells?
Whenever you level up. So every time you level up.
Oh, okay. So
You get
my level
one
5
more
will have-
spell every time you level up. You start with 2, and then you just get 1 every time you level up. You get to choose 1 spell
Gotcha. So let me do this then. So
on top of the standard spells that you get.
right
for yourself.
But so that means that at level, what level was the first level when you choose Warlock? What level do you get your first 2 spells? Is it first level, second
first
level,
level.
third?
First
Okay.
level. Yeah.
So class Warlock, level 1. So Charm Person, level 1 spells. We will say that you should take Charm Person.
Okay.
Now, are there any others, or
What do you think about Expeditious Retreat? Just lets you get out of there.
yes?
It basically it lets you dash as a bonus action. Yeah.
Okay, so those are the first 2 you get at level 1.
You can get both of those at level 1. Yep.
Okay, so we'll say those are the best Jiff builds, and then you do Path of the Hexblade and then you get those invocations. Okay, are there any other spells we should worry about, or just those 2?
This depends on how much you want to go to Marvel Rivals.
I at this point I'm
Spider-Climb.
happy. I'm happy that we didn't have to dip into Rivals, like, because it's just now that I've seen what Jeff really was. Rivals Jeff is nothing like regular Jeff.
Agreed.
They're 2 completely different creatures.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else that really fits the build.
All right, then that will be player choice. Like the rest of them will be player choice, because those 2, though, hands down, sound exactly like they belong with this build.
Yep.
Sweet. Are we on stats now?
I think so. I think we can.
All right. Well, I think we know for sure. In my opinion, Constitution and Charisma should be the
highest.
The highest, because he doesn't need Dexterity to do anything. And Strength is a good tertiary. We know he's already low. We already know his intelligence is gonna be what, Captain 5?
5 or 6, just because he can understand languages. But yeah,
I'll give him a 6 just because I don't know all of the newer 5th edition
sure.
miniature rules about certain because I know early on there were detriments to low intelligence.
Yeah.
I don't know what those are in 5th edition, so we'll say 6 just to bypass any potentials. He still can't speak, but he can understand languages. But 6 is low enough that it justifies why he doesn't speak. So that's their dumb step. That's guaranteed the dumb step.
Okay. Would you give us the ability to have a little bit higher in some of the other ones? I would say primarily Charisma. I'd say Constitution.
Mainly just because of the health and because we know he can take damage. That's the only reason why I think a high Constitution.
I agree.
As well as a high Charisma, just because we know that his whole deal is interacting with people. And he's a Charisma caster.
Theoretically, without an ASI, it would be hard to impossible, depending upon how your DM allows you to roll stats, to get any of your stats to level 20 by level 5.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't even, and he's not even that powerful enough to justify.
With that being the case, what do you think his highest stat number should be? An 18? Because you can get an 18 at level 1 theoretically.
I was thinking 16. Because again, I just don't feel like he's above and beyond anything.
I would say in Charisma possibly, because of how well he is accepted by people and how strange of what he is. I feel like that, I would say the closest possibility to getting an 18 in Charisma, I feel like that could fit.
Okay.
And then like 16 in Constitution.
That's okay. I was thinking 18, 16 in that exact order. So which do you think is higher, Dex or Strength? I think Strength for sure. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
So and then which is higher, Dexterity or Wisdom?
Wisdom.
So again, I'm just making numbers up here, but I've seen so many spreads. I kind of know what a good spread looks like. I mean, that's me totally talking out of my ass, but like I said, for 15 years of playing,
I have an idea in my head. I'm curious if yours are the same as mine.
All right, so here's my spread. Strength 14.
Okay.
Dex 10.
Okay.
Constitution 16.
Okay.
Intelligence 6.
Okay.
Wisdom 12,
Okay.
Charisma 18.
That's
And the
about
only
what I
reason
was
why I'm
thinking.
doing those is because it's like I don't want to give him a wisdom of an 11 because you don't get the bonus until 12. So again,
That's
these are
about
not,
that's almost exactly what I was thinking.
and these are not meant for you to say, hey DM, these are the stats I'm choosing. It's just when you roll stats, use this as a guideline. Your highest number should be charisma. Your second should be constitution. Then it should be strength, wisdom, dexterity, intelligence. That's
Sure.
the progress, regardless of what roll numbers you roll. If you roll two 18s,
Hey,
drop
beat
an
yourself.
18 in constitution. But
Yeah.
your highest should be charisma, your lowest should be intelligence, and the rest, we just, that's what we think it should be. But yeah, a 14 strength, not out of par, and especially for a land shark,
Yep.
I wouldn't even mind if that was a 15. But I'm just making easy numbers here.
Sure.
Dexterity 10, just
Agreed.
doesn't need to be high.
Baseline.
Low, just
Yep.
if you roll mid max number, constitution 16, charisma 18, there's no question. Those have to be the highest.
Yep.
And then intelligence is your dump stat, your lowest number, because he doesn't need anything more than a 6. And if you have anything more than a 6, you're already kind of breaking the build. So
Yeah.
that's your dump stat.
And I think creatures are fairly decent at wisdom anyways when it just comes to environmental things. So having that be a 12 is like a good.
And Jeff has the wisdom. I mean, he he can mix but doesn't know what he's doing.
Sure.
So that tells me wisdom with no intelligence,
Sure,
right? Like you know how to do things, you just don't know why, or you don't know what to do, but you know how to do it.
Sure.
You know what to do, but not how to do it, or you know how to do it, but not what to. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's so difficult sometimes.
It's the rhyme without the reason. you know?
And the problem is intelligence and wisdom don't necessarily equate. Like I love always trying to say that I know that the game mechanics use them in one way,
Sure.
and player RP uses them in a different way. And that's always the hard thing, is like when you're talking about in-game, intelligence and wisdom have nothing to do with anything other than like languages and magic.
Yeah.
But in reality, when you are wise, you are street smart. You understand how to use what you know. Whereas if intelligence, you know more than you know how to use.
Sure.
You could know that's a katana, and you could know where that person's from because they use a katana. Does not mean that you know how to unsheath that katana without cutting yourself.
Yep.
Right? But if I'm a sword master who has never been to school, I don't know what fucking weapon you have, but if I look at it long enough and go, oh, that's why you flick your... I know what I'm doing. Like, there's a difference between knowledge and smarts.
Sure.
And I think that that's always been a colloquial issue in D&D, is we've always tried to do that, right? We always try to say intelligence is one thing and wisdom is another, but a lot of people don't refer or make that delineation of I'm talking about RP versus mechanics.
Right.
Because yes, intelligence has nothing to do with what you know mechanically. But I personally think that you shouldn't... What am I trying to say here? I don't like the idea that, well, since intelligence just means my languages and my spells, I'm still going to be the smartest, most educated and learned in person on the team. I don't like that, right? It's like I still think that aspects of your character should still be decided by the way that you build them.
Sure.
And that's why I prefer using
I think that's
intelligence.
kind of the purpose of building them in the first place. You know what I mean?
And that's why for me, I like to take some of these stats beyond their mechanical purpose, because I feel like they help build that story.
Sure.
All right, so I'm gonna just blaze through what I have. Let me know if we've missed anything. Let me know if I wrote anything, and let me know if we need to add anything, or if this is gonna be enough for you to do the roadmap and everything.
Okay.
This one might be the most weird one that you've built so far. I don't think it's gonna be as clean.
Sure.
But
We'll
it's
make it
gonna be
work.
pretty simple. Okay, so Jeff the Land Shark, everybody. Here's our build. Jeff the Land Shark. He is a race of the. He is a boule, but he is a runt. And I'm even putting the note here that he is a quadruped. And you are on all fours. Do not have hands. Your speeds. You have a 20 walk, a 30 burrow, and a 40 swim speed. You are size tiny. Languages. You understand Common and one chosen language. Racial abilities. You have water breathing, survival, and persuasion. You have a base AC of 12. You have a bite attack, which is unarmed, piercing, and does 1d6 equal to your proficiency bonus -1.
Okay.
You can only wield one weapon or one item at a time, and you cannot attack when doing so.
You can't use your bite attack and do
Yes,
Okay.
you can only wield one weapon or one item at a time in your mouth, and you cannot fight attack while doing so.
Gotcha.
I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to worry about what that means for weapon proficiency. I'll let DMs and players deal with that. We're not going to make those kind of rules. Like if I'm holding a sword in my mouth, do I have to be proficient in the sword? Do I still get a number of attacks?
I mean, all that stuff. Just use the standard rules for that.
That's the thing. I'm going to let that be
Yeah,
between you and your DM on whether or not you can hold, like, because again, if you're just like, I'm going to pick up this dagger in my mouth and run towards him and just slice at him, do I need proficiency for that? Do I get more than one attack? Like,
I think that you should be able to use that weapon exactly the way that weapon was intended, right? If you have a dagger, you can attack with that dagger. If you have proficiency in a dagger, like if you're a wizard and you don't have proficiency in dagger, it's going to be the exact same if Jeff doesn't have proficiency in dagger. Like if you do, like I'd have to go through. And
that's what I just mean. Is like I don't want to answer that question of do you have to just you can hold any weapon in your mouth. You and your DM figure out how it works.
Sure.
But as of right now, we're just saying that you can replace your bite with a weapon as long as you hold it. But you can also do with items. I really do like the idea too that you don't have hands, so if you want items, you got to use your mouth.
Right.
Okay. Cool. Background: you are a charlatan as per 5e14. Thank you, Soul, for making sure I wrote that down. Soul gave me a note that because they are distinctively different in 14 and 24, it's best that we identify that. So I am identifying charlatan 5e20 or 5e14. So your background, you have a charlatan, which comes with deception, sleight of hand, and we are also going to give you the bonus of one additional animal costume.
Okay.
Because normally you get something like that.
Clothes, but
it fits more.
Your clothes are different.
And well, I think because technically the charlatan background gives you one alternative identity. The charlatan gives you an identity.
Well, that's your feat. Your feature is that you have a false identity.
Yeah, and that,
in the equipment you get a set of clothes, a disguise kit, and some other stuff. So
right, but what I'm saying is your identity. I'm swapping the identity with the animal costume.
So you're swapping the entire feature of their false identity with a costume?
That's what I was thinking. Because I mean, first off, I don't think anyone's going to use that in this particular build.
I thought they would use it as like, hey, I'm not a shark, I'm a dolphin. Like that was my thought process.
That's what I mean, and that's why I said that. That's why I'm just saying that the one animal costume is supposed to represent that. Like you get this alternate ego, because as a charlatan, you can say I'm me. You know, I'm this rogue guy, charlatan, but I'm actually this bank teller over here who's named, Darlene Pennyworth. And
right.
I'm a aristocrat banker, and you're not. But that's your full, and it comes with all the things behind it. To me, that's the same as him being like, I'm not a shark, I'm a dolphin. Look, I have a costume.
Yeah.
I have the eek, eek, eek.
But that's exactly
the same thing. And that's why I just wrote it as
my thought process was that's what that feature was doing for Jeff the Land Shark. Like you don't get to say you're a bank teller, you get to say you're a dolphin. Like that's what
we're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. That's why I'm just saying I wrote it as an alternative.
What I thought you were referring to is specifically in the part where it's talking about the equipment that you get. Instead of getting a article or a set of clothing, you get an animal costume instead. Do you not want that?
I think we're getting too pedantic in that.
Sure.
I think the whole point was that it's to make it make sense of what your alter ego is it's using what we saw with what Jeff can do, which is you have an animal costume that everyone is fully believable and you can get into and everyone believes that you can be that. Because I don't buy that he can put on any animal costume and it works. You know what I mean? He's not he's not Roger, in my opinion.
Roger Rabbit?
No, Roger. I wasn't even thinking about that. No, Roger from American Dad.
Yeah.
Roger the Alien.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that like because I've always had because I don't know, so I don't watch it, but my headcanon is that he has some psychic ability to where when he puts on clothes, people can't see him. Like
can't see him as an alien.
They cannot see it. Like he just has like almost a perception filter, where as long as he's covered up, people cannot recognize him as that. That's what I don't want Jeff to be. I don't want it to be, I'm a lion now. Look, guys, I'm just a lion. Or, hey, look, I'm a whale. I don't want it to be, he can be any animal. My thing was, if you have an alter ego,
I figured that would be left up to the DM in their gameplay. Like you do that however you guys want to do it in your game, but like for us, when we're making this build, the use of this would be a dolphin because that's what makes most sense.
And that's why I just said animal costume like one, because that's like that is your alter ego. You get one guaranteed alter ego that if you go into that, everyone believes it. Like that's what I feel. Because yes, you can have a disguise, but the alter ego is something that you know in and out and can fake in front of anybody and nobody will question it. And then I guess there's just the difference in severity, right? Like you could dress him up as something else, and as long as no one's paying attention, sure, you'll get away with it. Like maybe you can dress him up as a dog.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that he can walk around and bark and everyone's gonna be like, oh, cute doggy. Like that's the difference between that and your one animal costume that is your alter ego. So maybe I'll just write the one animal costume, and I'll just write the note alter ego. You know, so we know that you get your deception, you get your sleight of hand, and you get one animal alter ego.
Sure.
Versus just one animal costume. Maybe that is just a better way to put it. Because I really feel like I want to keep as traditional with both the build and the background, and you get one alter ego that's just like you do that.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, because you get the one alter ego from being a charlatan. So you get it.
Okay, I'll have to look into that. I'm not super well versed on exactly what the false identity gives you. But
because basically the false identity is just that you have papers, you have a whole basic like embodiment. You become that person versus you're just trying to not look like who you are.
Sure.
To me, that's why I just put those as separate. Because yeah, anybody can disguise themselves, but to be able to talk to somebody as somebody else and bypass it,
sure.
I feel like that takes a lot more knowledge. And I just kind of like the idea of limiting, because again, I just don't like the idea of like I can just be any animal. Like let's bring it back into you should have like one guaranteed safe animal, and then of course you can just be like, nope, I'm a shark bitch. Which also could be really fun too. You're just walking around like an innocent animal, and then all of a sudden you're just like, nope, I'm a fucking shark. Then do an intimidation effect of that.
Sure.
That could be really interesting. But going back, so we got the charlatan for the 5e14, we got deception, sleight of hand, animal alter ego, and then you get your disguise kit and forgery kit as your tools. Because you still get that.
I might leave that forgery kit out of the icon build.
That's totally. I was actually thinking about that earlier, but I don't really know how that works for Jeff.
Yeah.
But totally, if we want to separate that from the icon build, that's totally fine. Okay, then we go into class. We are a warlock. We are Path of the Hexblade. At level 1, we are suggesting that you take the spells Charm Person and Expeditious Retreat as your first invocations.
Spells.
Or as your first spells.
Yeah.
At level 3, you take Pack of the Blade. Your invocations are Armor of Shadows and Eldritch Smite.
Mm-hmm. At
level 4, we suggest that you take, instead of an ASI, take your feet and take the Tough Feet.
Yep.
And
I will say the second invocation that we have, you can't theoretically take until level 5. The Smite one.
Oh, okay. Level 5. Smite.
So they can choose whatever they want up until that point, but whatever other one they want up until that point.
Armor of Shadows is at level 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so invocations, Armor of Shadows, level 1.
Level 2, sorry.
Or level 2, Eldritch Smite, level 5.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you get your level 4, your Tough Feet, and your generalized build should be Charisma, Constitution, Strength, Wisdom, Dexterity, Intelligence. In that order. Doesn't matter what the numbers are, just
sure.
That's the order that we suggest.
Bug Life?
Does that sound like Jeff Landshark, everybody?
Is that what you were looking for, Soul, when you voted for this guy?
Like, is that at all what you expected it to be? Because I think that works. Like, I was having a conversation with Kage before stream so hard about, like, some of these just didn't seem like they were anything. It just seems like they were just so basic.
I would like that this is a level, 5 build?
Yeah.
And it's not a whole lot. I feel like it fits what he is. I feel like if Jeff the Landshark were to go up against any of our other builds that we've done so far, that it's fair to see how he would fare. Like, I would be interested to see Jeff the Landshark go up against
level 5,
Johnny 5. Even level 10 Johnny 5. Like, I want to know, like, do you think if Johnny 5 somehow had a crossover with Marvel's Jeff the Landshark, if that battle would turn out similarly to our builds. You know, I very much believe that our Shazam build versus our Jeff the Land Shark would turn out exactly like that in the comic. Like, you're gonna get the same thing with Alucard. You're gonna get smacked down.
So curious, so what did you expect? If this is not what you expected, what were I'm just curious, like, at any point did you disagree with us, or did you have any expectations? Like, was there any ideas that y'all had about where this would have gone? Because not sure. Yeah,
See, it's one of those things. Like, honestly, when I first went into this, I wasn't sure what direction we were gonna go. I had no idea he had that absorption ability. You know,
yeah,
I think
that was brand new.
I think that in and of itself is the big aspect of this. Now, that kind of leaned us towards Warlock. That and the
we didn't even
charisma base.
We wrote it down that he has the Kirby Swallow, but we technically really didn't add that as a homebrew ability.
We exactly, like, none of
Because the Pack the Blade was the
which is what I love about what we've done is, like, you don't have, like, we want to do as little homebrew as possible. I think the only real homebrew that we did was the race.
Yes,
right?
The race, and that's barely even homebrew. That's just really. It was really just the swim and the breathing was the only two things we added to that.
Well, it's just turning it into a creature to a race. Like, that is homebrew.
Yeah, that's,
you know, because homebrew. It's like, it was just like before they actually turned goblins into a playable race. Like, you would have to homebrew a version of a goblin to be a playable race. True. Like, you would have to say, all right, what traits of the goblin am I going to take that I'm going to allow as a playable race? Right. You know, I don't even think goblins in and of themselves had something called Fury of the Small. That was something that was brand new, that was added specifically for goblins when they became a playable race. So
I'd be curious to see, like, what the history of the evolution of goblins into a playable race was. That would have been a good history of episode back in the day.
Yeah.
And the thing is too, it's like the absorption was kind of cool, but we only saw that once, which was with the Eye of Agamotto. It was the only time in history that
it actually gave him another ability.
Says that he did this and an ability came out of it. Everything else, like, it didn't even happen with the gauntlet. He got a stomach ache because he did the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yeah.
But it did not ever give him a power. So maybe that was a oddity of the Eye of Agamotto. I don't know why. I mean, I still think it's cool. I still think that there should be a lot more.
Sure.
Involved in that, and you would think that they would have covered it. But again, he's kind of a side character, so there's probably not as much fleshed out.
Fair enough.
But, like, it would have been funny if, like, he could, like, imagine if he were able to, like, bite off a finger of Deadpool, and while he was digesting it or while he had it in his stomach, he also had regenerative powers.
Interesting.
Until, like, you know, he digested or fully,
right.
Like, shit like that would have been more fun to do with him.
Sure.
In the comics, not necessarily here. But I don't think that really.
I like our interpretation of it. I like the way that it still feels like Jeff. It still feels like, again, Jeff is a melee character.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everything he does is with his bite attack, is with, you know, all of that stuff. So being able to move around a whole lot, getting some expeditious retreat, being fairly charming in his RP side of things, being able to have his bite attack and do all that kind of stuff. Like, I think all of that is very beneficial, and being able to do that little ritual, because, like, with the warlocks, it's theoretically like a ritual that you do when you have the weapon in your hand. I feel like that's a perfect representation of him taking some time to swallow something, you know, outside of his normal range, you know, and being able to, like, imbibe himself with certain abilities. You know, if it's got cold ability, if it's got lightning abilities or whatever.
Though this does give me a good idea for a new type of subclass. Like, imagine a because what are monks? Is it way of? They're the way of things.
Sure.
So what's such a thing? Like, having a monk that's I just had the word.
Way of the Absorbed Blade.
I was thinking something more like Way of Harmony, where you could have one that he doesn't use weapons, but can temporarily absorb or harmonize with magical weapons to gain their abilities. So while he can't use weapons, if you have, like, a fire blade, he could sit there and harmonize with it, and for a short period of time, his fists now have the same ability as that weapon. So it's like, it's still a monk, it's still all about, you know, being a martial artist and no weapons, but the idea that you could harmonize with items and gain their abilities. So instead of having to use a new magical weapon, you can just be like, I'm just gonna, all right, for the next 5 rounds, I got electricity. Let's go.
I do kind of like that. I kind of like that idea. I might even, I mean, if it's your subclass, I might even be like, you get that ability for the day, and over a short rest, you can change it if you want to. But like that would be kind of cool. That would be kind of
you don't like absorb it. You don't take it away from the thing, but you just you link with it. You harmonize, and suddenly you're able to do the thing.
Sure. It's almost like you're channeling it or whatever.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool things that you could do, but again, more often than not, because of the way 5th edition wants everything written out, most of those things just they work in a vacuum, but they don't work on a large scale. And I think that's part of one of the problems with 5th edition versus like older editions is in older editions, everything was in a vacuum. It was you, your DM, and the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
That was the vacuum that your creation was in. But now everything's expected to be so universal in every possible situation that doing something like that, there'd be too many if, ands, and buts. And,
but what if it's this?
Yeah. It's like, well, what if it's like a magic potion, but the magic potion's magic? Can he harmonize with the magic of the potion, but not the healing? Just stop it. It was a cool idea. Stop ruining it by trying to make it fit in everything other than what we were talking about.
Because the biggest thing is people instantly try and break it. People instantly try and make it OP. People instantly try and what do you call it? Min-max it to death. And I'm like,
or there's the people who just they don't like it, so they absurd it. They ad absurdum. The argument ad absurdum, where they're just like, I'm gonna find the most obnoxious way to say that you're wrong because in this super it's like it happens on TikTok all the fucking time. I'll say, hey, here's this one situation I was in, and I really liked this idea because it was really cool to help this situation, and people were like, that couldn't work. No, because I was in a game once and something completely different happened, and I'm like, sweetheart, is that the game I was talking about? No. I said over here, when this specific thing happened, it worked for me. I didn't say it was going to work, but people are so quick to be like, nope, that wouldn't have worked in the one time I could have used it. Be like, okay.
Proud of you?
Yeah, like, I'm sorry. So does that mean that 90% of the book should just be thrown out because
it might not work in your particular scenario? Because
I can guarantee you, I can find damn near every single monster in here and find a reason why it wouldn't work. So should I just throw this whole book out? Because, well, it's useless. And again, I think this is just also the public, the publication glazing versus homebrew.
Sure.
There's definitely some people out there who are just like anti-homebrew. You should only do publication, which again, and it's also hilarious too. I actually did a TikTok a while back asking people like, what is it about publication versus homebrew that instantly gives it credibility? Like, why is it that I could sit here and say for 10 years I've been working on this system and this is really cool and be like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But someone can publish a book next week, and as soon as it's in there, you're like, oh, that's a great feature. Look at that. They put it in a book. Like, why is that? And the number one answer I got, which I think is hilarious, considering that one of the most profitable TTRPGs, D&D, is provenly, this concept that they keep arguing is provably false with D&D. Provably false. And yet this was the number one answer I got is, it's because it was playtested. You're telling me I can pick up any 5th edition rulebook and you think that was playtested? Do you really want to talk about D&D rule sets and you think everything D&D and Wizards of the Coast have ever come out with has been thoroughly vetted and playtested? Like, this is my problem. Like, you think these guys that are publishing their own book, like one-man shops, and they wrote their own setting, do you think that they spent 20,000 hours play testing every single feature? But a guy who's been homebrewing for 10 years and who says, I've used this for a long time with many players, they're like, that's not good. Just play what someone else published. It's the stupidest fucking argument. Now, granted, I can say that those that argued there's a sense of completeness because there's a assumption that it was play tested and tried out. I get that. But it's the people who were like staunch, it was play tested, it's proven to work.
Here's the deal.
No, it wasn't.
What do you even mean when you say play tested? Do you just mean you brought it to a group of people and had some people play with it?
And then they liked it? And what do you mean by like it's been balanced? Balanced with what? Do you think that
here's
the
problem
5th edition book?
When you talk about play testing, you can play test with 5 different groups and get 5 very, like, it depends wholly, strictly on who you're playing with, and what you're playing and what environment you're in. Like, there's no way to like structure a play test to say this is universally now usable.
And in comparison to what? When you say that D&D is play tested everything.
Look at the coffee lock.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're telling me that the last time they updated a creature, they went back to every other, not every edition, just every supplemental and cross-referenced it with, no, that's why we have broken builds. Coffee lock is a perfect example. There's a reason why these builds are broken. They are not fucking play tested. It's so fucking broken because these things are not done. How many contradictions are there in the D&D story and lore? How many times do things just, the rules itself contradict each other, and that's why we have all of these hierarchy rules of general versus specific.
Marvel Rivals themselves was play tested before it was released. Most of these video games were play tested, and they are still reworking shit even now because guess what? People are finding ways to break and abuse the shit as things go on. So like, there's no amount of play testing that's just going to magically make something more valid than something else. It's just a matter of time when it comes to all things, and the type of stuff that you like, the type of stuff that you enjoy. Like, are you enjoying playing this? Like, you can do what we do when it comes to like homebrew review and stuff like that, and we can theorize how potentially out of balance something may or may not be. But again, it'll only be out of balance in those scenarios that we bring up, those specific scenarios that we bring up. If you're playing a game where those scenarios aren't really a fucking issue, then guess what? Neither is the imbalance in what we're talking about. It's not really a fucking issue. So
and it's only balanced in the way that it's balanced. Like, I can easily probably put it in a team where it's not balanced, and then I can put it in a team where it is balanced. I could put it against a BBEG where it's overpowered, and I could put it up against a BBEG where it's underpowered.
This is where the mindset that people have, I feel, is very flawed, because they think that they believe that there is some universal truth that is out there to be found when it comes to games like this. And the reality is, the universal truth is anything is possible. That's the whole purpose. All of these things can work if you are building something that it will work with. Right? So what are you building? Like, are you building an Adventures League game? Are you building a homebrew game? Are you building a sandbox game? Are you building a bot? Whatever the fuck it is that you want, go for it. But recognize...
And what's even more funny is these same people in these same arguments, it's like, they'll tell you, oh, you're trying to do that? Well, why don't you just go buy all of this other game? Like, well, first off, I don't want to buy multiple resources for a whole different game, learn a whole different level of set of mechanics, and a whole different way to play, and have 5 other people learn all of those mechanics and struggle through multiple gaming sessions until we're all there, just so I could have this one thing.
And
I could just take this and put it into the story I'm already crafting.
If I did do that, I would lose out on all the other things that new system doesn't have.
Yeah.
That my old system did. So why am I going to say I'm going to lose everything that I had that I enjoyed to just get one tiny piece that I might like?
Yeah. To me, I don't get it. Like, all these people who are just like, you should just play another whole other game. Like, I don't want to learn an entire other system to play it twice. Like, and that's what these people do. They act like these, like, the people who own like 50 different TTRPGs and have played them all. It's like, you probably played them a handful of times each. And sure, you have some fond memories, but you don't have, like, you just played a game. It's like just collecting video games. Like, I have so many games that I've played, but if I only play them for 5 hours each, sure, I played it. Did I really get the benefit out of the full game? It's ridiculous. Instead of just saying, hey, I want to add a feature, don't tell me I should just go play a whole ass other game just because that game fleshed that one feature out so well that you assume because I want that feature, I'm going to love everything else about it, right? It's so weird to me. Like, yes, there are TTRPGs that focus overall on things, right? Like, do you want a cyberpunk world and a cyberpunk story and cyberpunk features? Sure, go play a cyberpunk game. But just because I want to add a, like a cyborg type work to D&D doesn't mean I should just drop all of D&D and go play cyberpunk because I want to add cybernetics.
Sure.
Just because they figured out one way to do it. And that's the other thing that I have an issue with. All these people are like, you should go play this TTRPG because they already figured that piece out. Yeah, and so did this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Why is that one different? Should I just learn all 6? Should I just spend the next 5 years learning new systems and not playing the game? Like, I'm not telling people don't ever go buy and play other games, but don't tell me I should just drop something. And where do you think these ideas came from? And who's to say I won't be the next great creator? Like, that's another thing that fucking irritates me. If you go to anybody that created all of these things you say I should go buy, if you went to them before they were published, you know what you would have told them? Don't fucking bother. So you wouldn't have had it in like all of these things that you're saying, oh my god, this is so great. This TTRPG, it has this great mechanic. You should go try this entire TTRPG. But you would have told that person not to bother building it. Had you met them before they published it. That's the thing that pisses me off the most, is telling people I'm building this and then I might publish it. And they're just like, yeah, don't bother. You should just go play this other person. They already did it. But what would you have told them when they said, hey, I'm creating this? What would you have told them? Don't bother. They already did it. And then you would have told them, don't bother. So basically,
unless you're the first person, you've literally never heard of it before, then you're just going to tell people not to worry about it. Like,
Yeah.
The entire mindset is shut down your brain and just do what other people have already told you to do.
Exactly.
And it's like, I don't really want to live that life. You're welcome to if you want to, but that's for you.
Their argument is 100% appeal to authority. It's because that's a company, they have money, and they were able to publish a book, therefore they are an authority, and I trust them. That's literally, in my opinion, that is the only argument
I feel like
that's justified.
It's so they have somebody to blame. So that when things don't go the way they wanted to, they can yell at somebody else to fix it, and they don't have to spend the time fixing it themselves, right?
No, because that's an argument. Some of them are just like, yeah, but you know, what if you haven't figured it all out? And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yes. And how many problems in D&D do you, like, how many rules have you disagreed with in your TTRPG? Probably plenty.
Figure it out, man.
Like you know,
figure out how you want to do it.
And there's one of 2 ways to do it. You like there's 3 options. If you run into a rule that your TTRPG doesn't like, there's 3 things that you do. 1, you stop playing it and go play a different rule. You ignore the fact that you dislike the rule and you use the rule anyway, or you fucking homebrew your own decision out of it. So telling me I shouldn't go build out my own rule and I should just go play this, but what if I don't like their rule? Well, just deal with it or just change it. Then I'm just homebrewing it. Like, it just, their arguments always end up flat because they have nothing to back into other than, well, I trust them. I trust them because they made a book. Well, so here's my thing, is to all those people telling me I shouldn't fucking bother. When I publish my book, when we publish the ADMG, the APHB, when we publish De-Evolved in the next couple of years, don't fucking buy it. I don't want anybody who told me I shouldn't bother. I don't want you to fucking buy my game. I don't want your money. I don't want your support, because your mindset is so fucking toxic, right? Like, if you're gonna tell people you shouldn't bother until it's published, but then you're gonna tell, like, I don't want you going to somebody else and be like, don't bother with that. Misfit Gamer Studios always did it. Shut the fuck up and let them build. Like,
I want to know what they have. I want to know what they have. I want to know if what they can do is going to help benefit what I would do.
Exactly. You know? I don't get this idea that I don't get the appeal to authority. Appeal to authority just has no bearing on reality to me, because that's just someone with money. Literally, a company that publishes a book is just a person who had enough time and money and resources. That's all that's all we're missing. We have all of the stuff to make most of the books that we want. I just don't have the time, the money, or the resources. But if I did, somehow I'm suddenly better. Am I suddenly, like, if you and I suddenly had wanted to publish our own books, but if I had the better resources, the more money and more time than you did, does that make me better? Does it make my rules instantly better? No. But everyone's gonna believe that.
I'm telling you, looking at some of the homebrew stuff that we've got, I can tell you right now, if we brought some of this stuff, some of the awesome ideas that we've had inspired, some of the awesome ideas you and I have come up with, I guarantee if we brought that to Wizards of the Coast, they would want to take some of that stuff.
Yeah.
They would want to use that, and they would want to implement that into their games. They'd be like, oh, wow, we never thought about that. Oh, wow, that's a good idea. Oh, wow, we could totally... Just because they take it and do something with it doesn't make it any more valid just because they're the ones that are doing something with it. It's like when you have The Rock endorsing some product or whatever, that doesn't magically make that product a good product. What makes that product a good product is if it's a good product. Yeah. Just because The Rock's not endorsing it doesn't mean it's not a good product.
It's like a prime example you have there.
Just saying. Wild.
No, and that's where it hurts. It hurts me to have these conversations with people, because it's like you listen to their arguments and you're just like, no, you just have a false sense of authority. You want to believe these companies. You're a consumer, and you want to buy these things. And you know what? If you just admit that, if you just admit, I only trust companies because they're more likely, because they're trying to make a product. I heard one argument where it's like, honestly, I prefer published because they have more to lose. That's a fucking amazing argument. I don't have anything to lose. All of my shit's for my players. All of the things I homebrew is to make my players have more fun. I don't have anything to lose if it doesn't work. We'll just change it until it works. But when they publish something, yeah, they have money. They have reputation to lose. That doesn't mean that the things they made were good. It doesn't mean that they're better. It just means that, yes, honestly, it means that they're probably safer. It means that they held back a little bit and they're not being as creative as they could be. And again, one of the things about consumerism that just bugs me so much that the average consumer doesn't understand, everything that's consumer based is made for the common denominator. Like, it is made for the most average common buyer. So by you telling me you just trust them defaultly, that tells me you are the most basic buyer that they are appealing to.
I think
because you don't want what's good, you want what appeals to the absolute most people.
Because everyone is unique, you have to suppress things that you want and or desire because potentially somebody else might not want or desire it. So that means I have to reduce myself to my baseline, to my absolute minimum, in order to accept whatever it is that you're bringing to the table, because whatever it is you're bringing to the table is the most basic of basic. It's going to be the thing that rubs the least amount of people the wrong way, right? It's still going to rub some people the wrong way, but the majority of the people, and that's unfortunately the mentality that so many people go towards, is I want to be a part of the majority. I just don't want to be a part of the minority. I want to go and do whatever it is. I want to go and take whatever action is possible that is going to include me in the majority, so that when I get challenged on why I am or do or like whatever it is that I like, I can say, because look at the majority. Yeah. Because all those people like it too. And I'll have
so many people like it. How can it be wrong?
All these people on my side, they'll all agree with me. They'll all have my back. And so we'll have an army of this many people behind us. And you got an army of what? You're 5 people.
When did we start talking about politics?
Listen, it's ingrained into everything. All right, it's everywhere. But it's wild.
And this is why I am so looking forward to eventually collaborating with someone. Because obviously I have no idea what it's like to write a book.
Sure.
But the ADMG is going to be, I think, like our flagship. Like the APHB, I think is also very valid, but that's going to be more of an addendum to the APHB. But there is no other book that is going to do what the APH or what the ADMG does. Like the idea to actually create a TTRPG guide that does not teach you rules, that does not teach you how to play a game, that does not teach you what to do, but how to think and how to modify and how to adopt. That's what the ADMG is all about, is adopting, modifying, manipulating, and thinking for yourself. Like the ADMG is not, in the ADMG, it'll teach you how to go through HP based on that game. The ADMG is going to say, here's the broad general understanding of what HP is and all of the things that it encompasses. And then here's a couple examples of how you can represent that in a real game. Moving on. That's it. That's what the ADMG is going to be all about, is here is what you need to understand about HP. Not that you get this much, you lose this much, and if you lose it all, this is what happens. That's not what the ADMG is all about. It's HP is life and willpower and physical energy. It's the accumulation of everything that keeps you in the fight. And then discussing, what does it mean when you lose half your ability to fight? Do you still have as much gumption, or are you more willing to be like, should we even continue this fight, right? Like, if you are fighting to the death, that should mean something different than we don't have to die at this fight, right? But in D&D, it doesn't treat it any different. Whether you have 100 hit points and you're at 50, at 20, at 10, or at 5, the gameplay is the same until you're at 0. And there was actually a brilliant, not documentary, but there was someone who broke all of this down on YouTube recently. and they said it so beautifully, which is HP, the only hit point that matters is the last one. Because in D&D specifically, doesn't matter how many hit points, because no matter what, you are going to act the same until you only have one left.
I've been thinking for a while about the concept of, just imagine you like do less damage, or your attacks are harder for you to hit when you're at lower HP. It would mean that healers become way more valuable, because in order for you guys to have your full damage output, you need to be at fuller health.
Which is why I want to do detriment at percentages instead of just, you're almost dead, what are you doing? Like, I mean, come on, man. It's like, look, I get it. Like, you could point to like boxers, be like, well, yeah, look at the fifth round, they're bleeding, but they're still going at it. I'm like,
sure.
yeah,
then you have a boxer feature that allows you to continue attacking at full stats when you are below a certain health,
right?
But it's not going to be universal,
right?
It's just not.
But I'm also saying, have you ever watched a boxing match where some dude's just sitting there, not able to stand because they're not knocked out yet?
Sure, which is why you have to be
0 hit points.
Which is why you have to be a higher level boxer in order to get that. You're not going to get that at level 1. You're not going to be that at level 2.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I want the ADMG to just teach people like these concepts of basically the ADMG is to just teach you that hard rules don't exist. It's not to teach you alternative rules. It's to teach you how to think about what the hard rules are trying to get across and what they're representing, so that you can alter your game, your specific campaign, to feel the way you want it to feel. You know what I mean? And that's all it is. Like, if you want just a 1-to-1, you're up or you're not, fine. That's we're not saying that's wrong. But if you feel like HP is lacking, I want to explain why. I want to explain to people, here's everything that HP means, and this is why, if you're at 1 HP versus 1,000 HP, this is why it feels weird that nothing changes until you're like, oh, I'm about to die. And that was like that. What that whole rant that dude did is why is it that it doesn't matter how much HP you have, it only matters until you have one left? And it's like that felt like that hit me hard to like get that understanding, because I've never put it into words well. That's why I have a problem with HP, because it never matters until you only have one left. The last HP is the only one that matters, because I had 1,000. If I started with 1,000 and I'm down to 1, all of my actions are the same. Like, I do the exact same. The only difference is now I might die. If that is the only thing that HP does, is finally gets to that point of, oh, well, I might die, then realistically, what HP is really used at is the Frank Drake from the Charted series. Have you ever played that game? The Charted franchise?
You mean Uncharted?
Or Uncharted. Oh yeah, the Uncharted franchise.
I think the dude that's got like the glider thing, and he's always like flying around everywhere.
Yeah, very big shooty, very big cinematic game.
Yeah.
So there's a thing in this game, right? Because you get shot, you get like the blood splatter thing, but then you just hide and nothing happens, right? So the game actually has an explanation for this. You aren't getting shot. In that game, and in this game only, there's no other game that I know that does this in the background, like mechanically. You are not getting shot, even though you take damage, even though you see like the hit scan, the hit marker on your screen. You did not get shot. That is what the game actually believes. The game knows you were not being shot. When you're losing health, it's it's the window of likelihood, because the game still thinks one shot kill. You're still a human. You get shot with a bullet, your character's dead. That's how the game actually thinks about it. But the reason why you have health and you can get shot 10 times before you get shot is those are close calls. The life is just how close until you're running out of chances that a bullet missed you. So when you run out of life in Uncharted, it's not that you actually finally took so much damage you died, it's that you finally got hit.
So what you're saying is you're playing a constant game of Groundhog Day until you are able to go through this entire experience absolutely perfectly.
Yes. Because that's the whole thing about their mechanic was that
every bullet, you've dodged everything. Anytime you die, you reset and you try again.
But it wasn't that you took 10 bullets to die. It's that you like, let's say it takes you 10 hits to die. It's not that it took you 10 hits to die, is it took 9 near misses until they hit.
Sure.
But in order to represent that in a game, instead of it just being a sudden, you're dead, they're showing you hit points, but the hit points are just representative of the likelihood, your diminishing chances of not getting shot. I loved that concept, but it still doesn't matter if you show me a health bar. And that's what D&D health is. D&D HP is not damage. It's nothing other than the chance of them actually finally doing the lead. I mean, think about it. Someone swings a sword at you, sure, you could dodge it, it can knock off your armor, but if they hit you in the jugular, you're dead. There is no, well, you got one jugular, but you gotta get the other to make me bleed out. No, you're gonna die. But how many swings is it gonna take me to hit that spot? Might bang off your armor, I might have to take off your helmet first, you might parry me a few times, but eventually I will. To me, D&D HP is just a diminishing chance of me blocking it, and eventually it just means that they actually hit the right spot. And that's where I just want to
I have always thought that I think there should be way more of an ability for people to do things like decapitate somebody. Like, it's just not a thing in D&D. You can't just walk up to an enemy and lop their head off, right? Like, I think that's theoretically possible. It's theoretically possible. And so
shots are a thing?
with the right amount of circumstances set up, if somebody's like asleep, if I were to just stab them, even if I do a critical hit,
you wouldn't die. They wouldn't die.
Like, there's no guarantee that that's going to be all their hit points gone, right?
Yeah, it's and that to me is the thing. I mean, I think technically there are. I mean, and there was another video I saw. Someone was like arguing against that whole concept of like, you know, like the coup de grace idea, like, or called shots. Someone was trying to argue like called shots are stupid and you shouldn't have them because you're just, you know, homebrew concepts like called shots just overly complicate your game. And I'm like, okay, what are you trying to say? He's like, because like, let's give this example where someone was like, yeah, I do called shots. I just add a +10 to AC. And he goes, okay, that's fine. But what are you called shotting? Are you called shotting their, does that mean that it's always going to be a +10 if you go for their neck, their knee, their eye, their mouth? Like, oh my God, you're overcomplicating it. And my literal comment to them was like, it sounds like you're overcomplicating it. Like, someone says you want to do a call shot, so I had a +10, and then you're the one that was like, but what about this and this and this and this and that? What about all of the, again, the ad absurdum argument of, I'm going to find every reason why that doesn't make sense to me. And it's like, he didn't say, like, just fucking chill, dude. Like, you're making it more complicated by trying to be like, does that mean his eye? Does that mean his tongue? Does that mean his ear? Does that mean his knee?
The reality
like,
is you get to have the complexity in a game that you want to have. Plenty of games don't really have a system for mixing potions. If you have the ingredients, you have a potion. Great. Just takes a little bit of time. Others, you have to roll checks. You have to get certain. It depends on the type of complexity that you want. Some players want to have encumbrance. Some players want to have travel time. Some players want to have, you have to track how much rations you have. Others don't, right? You could say all of that is unnecessarily complexity. Well, yeah. The entire game's unnecessary, bro.
And I hate when people talk about like
the entire game's unnecessary.
I hate when people make the argument about complexity, like, oh, you shouldn't do homebrew because it makes it unnecessarily complex. Do you want to talk about D&D's complexity and just character builds? Do you want to talk about like they literally complaining that something's complex just means that you like it just sounds like you don't want to learn a new rule. You bought a book, you memorized the book, and now you're mad that someone doesn't like one of those rules, and because again, this is the thing. These are the same people who tell me to go buy a new book and learn a whole new system, but they refuse to go outside of what they've memorized. You're basically making the same argument against yourself. You know what I mean? Like the same argument you tell other people is the one that you won't take yourself.
Sure.
It bugs me because I'm just like, we can have little tiny in a vacuum things, right? I'm not saying that all called shots need to have one thing. See, that to me is a 5th edition ailment. The idea that, well, if we're gonna have called shots, we need to make a universal rule, but that universal rule needs to make sense. And if it can't make sense, therefore we can't have it. That to me purely comes from 5th edition. Like this idea that this is too complex because it can't be universally applied everywhere. That to me is an affliction of 5th edition.
I'll say for me, it's never the edition's fault. It's the player's fault. And what I mean by that is it's like 5th edition did the same thing that 2nd and 3rd and 1st edition did. It just gave you more information to use. It gave you more options for your menu item. It's the people that worship 5th edition like it's God, like it's the only rule book that exists and say nothing outside of this can be real, that are placating towards that mindset.
But I will say it is on the edition because the edition does placate to certain game styles. Like we know that 5th edition is more of a superhero sim than a war sim. And we know for a fact that it is built to allow the players to win at different difficulty levels.
But again,
it highly favors the players without loss conditions.
That should be an option for players if that's what they want to play.
It should be an option, but
that's my point.
But 5th edition, it's not just saying this is a way to play. Everything is built in that direction. Like, that's what I mean by it is the 5th edition's fault, because they don't really give you much else option because everything's built.
But your options are all the editions that came before. That's my point.
But that's what I'm saying, is it is the edition's fault for doing what it does, but it is the people's fault for assuming that's the only option.
Because it's like, if I want some of the things that 5th edition has to offer, if I want some of the effects that 5th edition has to offer, I'm going to go to 5th edition to find them, right? What I mean by is its fault is it's like, I get that you've made this selection of things available to me, but I get to choose what I'm putting together, what I'm building, what I'm making. All these people out here, they can say the only thing I ever want to build or make is what is associated with 5th edition. Great, that's good for you, right?
Which is which is basically just always been the way that the fandom as a whole has treated D&D. Every new edition has been treated as a replacement, and the majority of the gaming group sticks with the current edition.
Yeah,
and it doesn't help that 5th edition also
again,
was what made
I think that's going to take it back into politics again, because that's just the attitude and the mindset of those consumers, rather than, again, I personally wouldn't quantify it as the fault of the edition or like what was put out, even if that was the intent of the people putting it out. It's just, I don't even think that's necessarily the case. Well, it might be, because it's now that it's like corporate and
I 100%. I know. I think that 5th edition has been. I don't think anything was a mistake. Like, I think 5th edition, they knew what they were doing, but the difference is they don't care about unfortunately, Wizards of the Coast doesn't care about the loyalty to the brand. They don't care if you're loyal to 2nd edition, 5th edition. They want you loyal to this book. They want you buying books.
Sure.
I mean, why do you think they came out with 24? The reason why I think, honestly, we didn't get D&D 6, 6e, and we just got 5e 24 is because it's been one of the most expansive of any of the editions, right? 5th edition in general. But it's just one of those things where I think that they wanted to.
Well, they were going to try and make D&D 6 called 1D&D.
Yeah, but that's all of that just came into D&D 24.
That was because there was such an uproar against what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
Because with that, they were trying to privatize everything, and I was
that was a huge issue.
And people were not happy with that shit. So
well, and they were also just trying, like, I think that they know what they're doing, and I think that most of it's capital. Right, like, they know that what they're doing now is going to make them the most money, not necessarily the best game. And that's what I mean. This has all been 5th edition's very, very strategic, but it's not strategic in terms of player enjoyment. It's player involvement, right? Like, more people will buy these books, whether they like them or not, and they'll play it and they'll be happy with it. But they know that. They know that it's not worth, right now, it wouldn't be worth creating a 6th edition that, I mean, think about it, like 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Completely different editions. They know it's more profitable not to do that again. They know it's more profitable to expand on what everyone knows and likes, because that's where the money is. That's mine. I mean, I may be wrong. I'm not saying I'm
there are
right.
People like out here like championing for Daggerheart and stuff like that, but I would even say that you're right in the sense that it's not profitable to create a perfect game, because once you do that, they got no reason to come back to you.
I don't say perfect. I just think it's profitable to like reinvent the wheel as they would look at it. Because like what happened to 3rd to 4th, what that happened, and then 4th back to 5th, those transitions are what I mean. That was, think about when those transitions happened, we didn't have the fan base now. I think part of the issue is because they grew the fan base so fucking quick.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take all of those people. Like, you could take all the 3rd, you could probably take like 70% of them and move them into 4th. And then you could take like 70% of them and move them into 5th. You can't take 70% now of what's in 5th and move it to 6th. You would probably get 30. I think it's because that's how ingrained 5th edition has become. And it's also just that expansive. Like, it covers so much. I think they just know that it would be less profitable to try and move the fan base into a new
And I
section
will say,
than just add to what
out of all of the editions, I from my experience, I don't have a lot of experience with the older editions. I would say 5th edition is the most homebrew friendly. And I would say because of that, people feel like they have more,
I think,
skin in the game when it comes to it, because they can.
I'm going to disagree. It's not the most homebrew friendly, but it was the first one that was templated. As in other editions, like other editions were
Would you describe
100%
homebrew friendly differently?
homebrew friendly, meaning the like older editions required homebrew.
What I
As
mean
in
by homebrew friendly is
and encouraged it. No, I mean I'm talking about not only needed it but encouraged it. Like the whole point was DMs, you are the creator. But in 5th edition, it is so much more about what it's all about raw. It's all about rules as written, and the idea of this idea. What I say is like you're right. It is definitely more available to homebrewing because we have templates. Because the way subclasses are, and think about it, that's 90% of homebrewing in 5th edition is subclasses.
Subclasses and items.
And the thing is it's because it's templated now. If I want a wizard subclass, I know how many levels I need to fill.
Yes.
That's the only thing 5th edition did that made it easier and friendlier for homebrew.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And what I mean by homebrew friendly is you can not only create stuff for your games, but you can create stuff semi-universally, kind of like we're doing for homebrew review and type stuff.
But that was happening just as much in the older editions, because again, you would talk to people like, hey, how did you guys do this? And you would share your homebrew ideas, and that's how it used to expand. It's just we didn't have the internet, we didn't have ways to share it as much. So
that's very, very.
I do agree with you. 5th edition is easier to homebrew some things because of the templates. But when
it makes it more accessible. It makes it more accessible to the general population rather than just people that have that sort of creative mind. It's like, oh, I could take anything and fit it into this template rather than, oh, I have to come up with stuff.
Yeah, and the only reason why I don't say, the reason why I just has a problem with the word friendly is because also look at the like you can create a new race or a new subclass, people are cool, but you try to change the rule, and everyone says no, that's not, you do that, you can't do that, that's not how it works. It's like that's what I mean is in the older editions, if you went to someone's game and said, oh, by the way, like in 2nd edition, very common, go to a new table. By the way, I do
tackle like this.
No. Health potions.
Okay.
Health potions were like the #1 homebrewed thing across any table I ever went to. You can go to 10 different tables and there were 10 different rules for homebrew potions.
Like what health they give you back?
Yeah, like how they work, how long it, like, some was bonus action, free action. This one gives you D6. They only give you a D4. This one gives you 10 hit points. Like that was like a big homebrewy thing because, it was a lot of times.
Was there theoretically not a book answer to that question, or did people just not care as much?
It depended upon how many supplementals you had, because the basics were very weak. In terms of like the base healing was very, very weak in early editions. Like 1st and 2nd, there was hardly any healing outside of magic. So that's where it was kind of a necessity. Like people didn't want a cleric in their party just to heal. So DMs would make easier ways. Like, oh, well, here's a D10 health potion. Like it was that. It was,
sure.
It was, and that's what I mean by it was friendly. And no one cared. Like it was just more of no one was like, that's not what the rule says. Everyone was like, oh, that's a good way to do that. But nowadays you try to be like, oh, well, we do it differently. Like, but that's not what the book says. And everyone has a problem. Like, but why are you changing it? But that's not 5th edition. And that's only what I mean by friendly. I'm not arguing with what your premise was. When I hear the word friendly, I do not look at the 5th edition community and go, you are friendly to homebrew.
And what I guess I'm using the more colloquial term of friendly rather than.
Oh, no,
but yeah,
it's the templates make it more
easier to approach for the general person.
Yeah, it's much more open to anyone being able to add in their own 2 cents.
And I think that's what attracted the larger audience that we're seeing in D&D. It's like more people felt like they could be a part of the thing.
Yeah.
And to a certain extent, I'm not mad at that, but at the same time, it's with that same mentality, I feel like too many people have also attached this it has to be 5th edition.
Yeah.
Like it has to be it has to be associated with, it has to be applicable to, it has to be flowing with this thing. If you go outside of this, then you're breaking the game.
Yeah.
If you go outside of this environment, then you're just no longer playing D&D. You're doing some. That's why they keep telling you to go to a different system. If you're going to do that, then you're not playing D&D anymore. You're ignoring this part of the 5th edition rulebook. So clearly, you're not. That is the problem that I have. It's like, yeah, you guys are open to homebrewing things according to this mindset over here, but homebrewing is more than just a 5th edition mindset. Homebrewing is basically saying, I want to build an environment and a world and a game that I'm going to have the most fun in. And having this element in there is going to do that for me. Having this element in there is going to do that for me. And sometimes those elements come from different sources. And if you're telling me to stop Frankensteining my sources, then you're telling me to stop building the thing that I want to build. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Well, why can I not have all of the things that I want and do it in this unique way? So I do agree that we need more just people who really accept the mentality of freedom.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and it's also kind of, I find it so hypocritical when people talk about, like what you were saying about how you're not playing D&D, right? If you're not playing by the rules. But then they'll go out of their way to make these most insane, complicated, overpowered min-max builds that don't make any sense. Like in an RP sense. Like how are you a vampiric, warforged, dragon lineage, elven dwarf with, magic from the abyssal plane and the positive plane that you can make these insane builds, but if you take 1 second to
rationalize them,
make it sense, all they're gonna be like is, that's your job, DM. Like, you make it make sense. Like, yeah, my dad was a dragon and my mom was a construct, but that's simple. Like, really? Just that simple, huh? Like, okay. But me wanting a potion to work differently, that's super complex. That's
a different game.
You can't do that. Play a different game if you're gonna do that. But like, then go play a different game if you want to be a fucking mecha Godzilla. Like, just, that's what I mean by, it's like, you guys come up with some of the most insane builds that don't make any sense, but you'll be mad that, well, I'm not following the rules as written. Stop. But again, it's that whole idea of like, I love looking at min-max builds and then people are like, it's been play tested. Sure, it's been play tested. Buy it. I also like what you brought up earlier, is I would love to know what the definition of playtest is to these people. When they say like, it's been playtested, so it must be good. First off, what's your definition of playtest, and what do you think that they did to conform to that playtest? Like, because I get it, Wizards of the Coast, they probably have teams, they probably have outreach, they probably bring in people to tinker with it. But like, you think you think Daggerheart did that? The one guy, Colville, you think he went out and got 1,000 people to play every single rule through? Like,
I mean, video games, you like call an alpha build or an alpha creation and like bring a bunch of other people in to like actually do the thing beforehand. Like,
it's just funny that I want to know what these people actually think are happening, because that's why I just think it's like, it's okay if you just want to say it's an appeal to authority. You know what I'm saying? If you just want to say,
but they don't want to say that.
Yeah.
They specifically don't want to say that.
It's almost like what you said earlier. They want someone to blame, but they also don't want someone to fame. It's like they refuse to say, well, I appeal to authority because Wizards of the Coast is the authority. They don't want to give them the fame of the authority because they want to hate them. But they also will appeal to authority so they can be like, well, that's their fault. It was their rule. It's like, then why are you playing with it?
I'm just following the rules that they gave me. And I'm like, well, the rules are dumb. Well, they're the rules that they gave me. Well, the rules are dumb. Well, those are the rules that they... I'm like, you're in a never-ending loop.
It's like, oh, so you think
and
all of the rules that Wizards of the Coast have are great and you just love every rule. Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're good. Like, but it's just this whole like circular conversation.
I think this rule is dumb, so don't follow it, my guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they made the rule for a reason. Was it a good reason?
Sure. And I made this rule for a reason. What does that have to do with anything?
Right? And then again, like, if I could prove to you that I did the playtesting, will that change your mind? No. That's why I tell people, like, if you think that publication is that much more important than homebrew, don't ever buy my stuff. Like, I want that to be known. I might actually make a statement about that on TikTok when we finally get to publication. I might just be like, if you're the kind of person who believes that publication is more important than homebrew, this is not for you. Because it won't be anyway.
Sure.
Because the entire book is going to be how to basically instructions on how to homebrew your own TTR. Like, take it, because that's what I hope. I'm hoping that while it is going to be D&D themed, my goal is that we genericize it enough where it can apply to most TTRPGs. Like when we talk about health and health points.
Sure.
I don't want it to only talk about how D&D does health. I just want to talk about what does health in a TTRPG mean and what does it represent. Because
honestly, I think it would be fabulous if we even cited examples, and we don't even have to call them out by TTRPG name, but cited examples from a bunch of different TTRPGs, like different ways. Like you could do health like this, i.e. how they do it in Dungeons & Dragons. You could do health like this, i.e. how you do it in the Pathfinder. You could do health like this, i.e. how they do it in whatever other system. Or you could use this foundational thing to figure out how you guys want to do health. You know, like we're just laying out a system of like what health looks like, and you can take the pieces of it that you find valuable to you and use it in the way you want to use it.
right.
So, yeah, I honestly think, because this is something that I've been trying to do for myself for a while, is I think it would be so valuable if it would be easier for people and players to create their own player's handbook, meaning their own personalized player's handbook. What works for them, what is them. Like if you have a set of homebrew rules for your game, this is all the stuff that works for us that I've discovered over the years. Here's how we do our potions. Here's how we do travel time. Here's how we do long rests. Hey, some people say you can only do 2 short rests in a day. Some people say you can do as many short rests in a day as you want. You know, like there's
Like have your own little pamphlet.
Exactly.
Your basic rules. Here are the basic rules we follow that may or may not be what you're familiar with.
Exactly. And it's like, hey, here are the official documents that we subscribe to, and here are the homebrew documents that we subscribe to. Here are the unofficial documents that we subscribe to. These are all resources you could use in playing in our game. So it's like you have the entirety of Wizards of the Coast, right, to pick from anyways, right? You know, when you choose a game, you can come in and say, hey guys, we don't do stuff from Tasha's Cauldron here, or hey, we don't do stuff from this book over here, whatever the case may be. You can choose what books you do and don't apply to your game, you know, in the same exact way. You can give people a select set of resources of what does and doesn't apply to your game. I don't understand why people are like, I need to have somebody else define this for me, you know? Because then, well, I do understand the need for that, because then when somebody combats you on it or has something to say about it, it's like, oh, that's a stupid choice that you made. Then you don't have to say, well, I made that choice and I'm going to stand by my choice. Then you can be like, well, he made that choice. He stood by that choice. So I don't care what you think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
I think that's a much better way to put it. It's just
be confident in yourself, man. Be confident in what you want and what you like, and what you're willing to participate in.
It's like, I don't care if people don't like my rules. My rules work for me and my players. And if there's been rules that you don't like, but at the end of the day, that's the game. Like that is the game that we're playing, and it's not like that.
I think the rules like, that I would have approached differently, but for the most part, the only rules I don't like are rules that don't make sense.
Yeah. Right. And even if you don't like a rule, half the time it's not like a rule that's going to ruin every session of the game. It might just be a situational thing where you're like, I didn't like how that turned out. Yeah, but that's how I run my game. All right, I'll just remember that for those situations. But it's not like that means the whole game's ruined because, you know,
sure,
you can't ever do something.
To be honest, there are certain people that I end up playing with where if they have a rule that doesn't make sense to me, it's going to do exactly what I've said previously. It's just going to make me not want to engage with that aspect of the game. Yeah. There's plenty of other aspects of the game that I can engage with, right? And, you know, sometimes that becomes a problem for DMs. It's like, oh, you're not willing to engage with this thing. I'm like, yeah, because the way you've articulated that it makes sense in this world is something that I don't really know how to interact with appropriately, and so I'm not going to it's not entertaining. Right. It doesn't help maintain my immersion. Like none of the things that what I feel like a good element of the game should have, it has. So I just won't mess with it.
I have a perfect example in that one. In most multiplayer combat games, I never choose the melee character. Like in fighting games, it's different. But if it's like a massive multiplayer with guns and other like ranged weapons, but you can have like the up close big brute that just runs up and melee. I never choose them. I think the finals was the only game that I ever chose the melee character, but I also used the flamethrower.
Sure.
But like I never used his big old hammer or anything else.
Yeah.
And it's because I don't like that gameplay. Any game that lets me get like even my medieval game where you can be a brawler and you don't have to, no, I always choose distance fighting. That's just the game I like to play. So just because it's there as a mechanic doesn't mean I'm going to interact with it, right?
Sure.
Doesn't mean like, and if I tell a DM that like, I don't like to do any kind of melee. Oh, what? You just don't want to interact with melee? Like, no, I prefer ranged decks. Like, do you have a problem with that? Like, are you going to force everyone into melee combat? No, then we're not going to have a problem here. It's that idea of, interact with what you want. And if the DM gets offended, I'm more concerned on, do you not have anything else for me? Like, if you're offended that I don't want to interact with one thing, do you not have anything else? Like, was that it? Was that all you planned? Because that's why I like High Point, is like, you don't like something. Like, I have gods in my realm. Some people don't like dealing with gods and religion and all of that, and they don't like having like, so don't. Like, none of that's required. You can completely have an entire campaign and never interact with God or a religious person. It will be fine for me, because you know what? One day I will have a character or a player who's all about it, and they'll get to experience all.
Yep.
I don't need every single person to experience every last thing. You're the only person who's ever experienced a bending class, and I'm fine with that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
I don't need everyone to approve of everything. It's just
fair enough.
I don't know, man. I don't know. People are weird.
Yeah, they are. But we made a cool build.
I think we did.
That's what's more important.
I think we made an awesome build. I don't know. I'm trying to think back on, did I have any like expectations for Jeff? Going back to what we were asking, or
Sure.
Soul's comment of not what I expected. Actually, surprisingly enough, this is probably closest to what I could have expected, because I was really just thinking a playable version of the Boule, and that was probably as far as I got.
I'd seen the other picture of a Boule, but I had no recollection of like what you showed me being so similar to, because anything I had seen from a Boule, because I'd fought one of those creatures. In fact, I'd used one of those creatures against my players one time. Never associated it with this, mostly because, I feel like the biggest connection was that original artwork in that second edition book, like made such a distinct connection.
And ironically, I only know about that because I put it up against Vixie not too long ago.
Again, the majority of what we created, I will say, I didn't expect, mostly because it mostly came from information I didn't know about Jeff before. Didn't know about his eating ability. I would say I was probably thinking of either an aquatic race or the lizard folk for him from the jump, because I feel like it had enough things that related to him without having to change anything.
If it wasn't for the Boule, we definitely would have landed on lizard folk.
Sure.
Like, I don't think there's any other justification for any race that I can think of that
with the exception of something potentially aquatic. I agree, because it's actually an interesting question if we have any other. We have a lion folk. It would be interesting. How we saw the bigger version of like he was in the what's the anti-heroes from DC? Suicide Squad. He was in the Suicide Squad, the shark dude.
Yeah,
like a humanoid shark.
The big blue shark.
He walks around on two legs.
Yeah. And even Marvel. Remember, I showed that one picture.
Exactly.
Of
like
the big blue shark.
They're I'm surprised we don't have a race like that. Like, we don't have a playable anthropomorphized shark race like that. That's just stupid good at swimming. Like, I think that would be a nice, cool little homebrew race we could mess with or whatever. But
was that we saw a picture of him recently?
The Marvel one you just showed me, it was It was. I think it was when you were looking at pictures of Jeff and Deadpool.
I think it's Blue Shark. Is who we're.
Is that?
Is it Blue Shark? No, that's someone different. I could have sworn we just showed a picture of him, and it wasn't Jeff. Ah, is it King Shark?
King Shark.
King Shark.
King Shark.
King Shark.
King Shark sounds mad familiar. I don't know if it's DC or Marvel, but I know King Shark is a thing.
Yes, that was the other one that it is. Okay, so King Shark is DC.
King Shark is DC. That's the one
Wait.
from.
Okay, wait, then hold on, because we were looking at a picture with Jeff and a humanoid shark, and that wasn't the same person.
It had both of them in there. It had Jeff and. Because it could theoretically been like just a random picture that was like a crossover or whatever.
True. I swear, this one right here. Who is this?
What up, Hecate? Welcome.
What's going on, Hecate?
King Shark is DC. Okay, from Suicide Squad. Okay.
So I found the picture again. I'm just have
You putting it up on screen? Or on stream? Stream.
God damn it! It's from Twitter.
Disrespectful.
Oh.
Hecate, quick recap. We just finished doing a pop culture build that Soul requested from us. That was Jeff the Land Shark.
Oh.
So we had to do some digging into who Jeff the Land Shark actually was before we created them. Ended up making a level 5 build, but now we're kind of trying to figure out why there isn't a already created 5th edition race of shark creatures. I mean, we got plenty of other creature types like lions and birds and other things. So we're trying to see where that happened, and now we're trying to find out if there is a Marvel shark character and a DC shark character, or just Marvel or just DC's Suicide Squad King Shark.
Okay, so this is just it looks like this was just not a fan comic, but it is a comic featuring Deadpool, Constantine, Jeff the Shark, and King Shark. So
it's a what? Is a fan comic?
I don't know. I can't find the origin of it. It's a comic strip with those 4 characters.
But
talking.
it is King Shark.
It is King Shark.
Okay.
So King Shark would probably be, like you said, like the lion folk version of a shark, because he's what was that kid show? Remember back in the day, there was that kid show about sharks, like the humanoid sharks. That was like fight crime. Yeah, what was that?
See, it was Hecate that did the Stitch one, that submitted the Stitch request.
Street Sharks.
Street Sharks?
Yeah, Street Sharks. So that's what I think. Like that's what
That's wild.
King Shark reminds me of.
Hecate, we were talking about potentially running through some of our pop culture builds on a Friday one of these days. And I think we might mess with Stitch on one of those days too, because I actually think there's a lot of cool possibilities for Stitch. Yeah, there are some interesting requests in there, and apparently Soul put 3 more ideas in there for pop culture builds. So I'm curious to see.
Let's go take a look at those real quick before we pop out of here, because it's 4:00. I haven't eaten today.
Yeah, food is muy importante.
I mean, we're in 5 hours, so I think we're good. I mean, we had a bit of a late start, but still. Danny Phantom.
Love me some Danny Phantom. That one will be fun.
I don't know who Wander is.
Wander?
And another Ben 10 character that I don't know anything about.
Interesting.
I think The Witcher is going to be a really interesting one.
Yeah. What is this under community ideas? And subletting subclass. No, not subletting subclass. Pop culture build. Pop culture build. Wander Over Yonder.
I've never heard of it. Must be. Is that an anime or a comic?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't know anything about that. What are we looking at here? What the fuck is this? What Coke-filled fever dream came up with this?
That is a grand old question.
2013 to 2016. Well, that tells me why I don't know it. It looks like I honestly, it gives me like old Looney Tunes vibes, like the way that the characters are drawn. Like it gives that old, like, it's way more colorful, but it's just that minimalistic.
Interesting. Why does it give me slightly Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, something like that would make sense. Huh.
I see a lot of Billy in this little orange character.
There was another scene where the little eyeball thing, I was looking at another image, and it reminds me of Marvin the Martian. So it's like, it just gives me those like more minimal vibes. Oh, it is from Disney, so that would make more sense. It does have their feel. A lot of great voice actors, though. Wow.
But the character's name is Wander.
Interesting.
Is Wander the main dude with the hat? Yeah, it is. What's that other show that they used to have? Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. That's the because there was a dude that almost looked exactly like this in there. But
we're just about to end it here because yes, I'm starving. I've had, right before you showed up, I had a bowl of yogurt with blueberries.
Right before I showed up, I got a double-decker taco because they're finally back at Taco Bell.
No shit.
I haven't eaten them yet. Yes.
Damn.
So.
All right. Well, I think yeah, you've only ever had coffee. Okay. Okay, so
Wild.
we're gonna cut it here at the 5-hour mark. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that stream. A lot of tangents, but we did get Jeff the Lion Shark figured out.
Yep.
In a way that I don't think any of us anticipated.
Facts.
But it's doable, and he's only level 5. So feel free to take the character and figure out what else you could do with it.
Not even that strong. It's perfect for him.
And honestly, I don't think every pop culture build needs to be this uberly strong character. Like, we hate min-maxing. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of one of those. This
We're trying to build
character.
accurate representations, not just super strong things.
Right? Like, I mean, if you want the min-max, you take Shazam.
Sure.
But if you just want an average everyday character, Johnny 5 or Jeff are going to be the way to go.
We vibing.
All right. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for joining us today for your September community stream.
Woo-hoo.
I really appreciate everybody that showed up and voted for this. We will be back on Monday with your regularly scheduled D&D content. Do we know what the review is for Monday?
Yes, it is our first submission. There it is. It is our first submission from one of our new not subscribers, but new additions to the Discord. Where are we? Where's my schedule? There you are. Neverending Codex. They have a warlock subclass called Fortune's Hand. Fortune's Hand.
Fortune's Hand. That's going to be interesting. All right. Glad you enjoyed it. So yeah, I actually kind of had a lot of fun with your before we did the Land Shark about all the other Marvel stuff. That was a fun tangent about just why is everybody not fighting with each other?
Yeah, right.
Why? Where are the Avengers?
We all learned so many things. Spread out across the United States. The United States is a big place, you guys. We don't only exist in New York.
I mean, you know, apparently they all do, but they don't exist on the same block ever.
Wild.
Actually, that would see. I don't know if you remember the What If comics, but that would have been funny if there was like a similar series of What If, where instead of called What If, it's called Meanwhile.
Oh yeah.
So you say like you take like like comic 10 of Spider-Man when he's fighting Shocker, and you're like blah blah blah. Meanwhile, and then it's like an episode of the Avengers are like
just playing chess.
Like the power's out, You'll say like what is it, Professor Hulk is sitting there tinkering, all of a sudden he and Tony just the power goes down, and that's when the Spider-Man comic kicks off. So the meanwhile is them just fixing the generator, and then as soon as Shocker's in jail, power's back on. What did we miss? Nothing. Spider-Man got it. Like that would be the most hilarious thing. It's just a small meanwhile comic where it's explaining why they never help each other.
That would be awesome. I feel like Disney could capitalize on that.
They could just be like 10-15 minute episodes. They don't have to be full length ones. Like where was Iron Man when the 3 different Spider-Mans were fighting the Sinister Six in the Statue of Liberty? There you go. Like, anyway. Oh,
he was off hanging out.
Where were Avengers when Spider-Man broke the universe? You think they might have had something to say about that?
Well, whenever the universe is broken, are those really the same Avengers, or are they some other different version of the Avengers, or whatever?
Yeah, and why was it only Spider-Man that fell through the cracks and his villains? Anyway, we're done with these tangents. Y'all have a great and fantastic rest of your weekend. We will be back on Monday. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. We will get those posted here probably in the next week or two, depending on how long it takes to write up that roadmap. But it'll be pretty simple. So have a good rest of your weekend, y'all. Cheers.